And we're ready.
I'm going to call to order the May 12th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Equalization of Albemarle County. We have a roll call of members present, please. Starting with Mr. Beard.
Bob Beard from Samuel Miller.
Dave Norford, Ravenna District.
David Mitchell, Whitehall. Evan Mayo.
Bill Howard, Jack Jewett.
Frank Friedman, Ryle. Okay, all members are present. We do have a quorum. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the May 1, 2025 minutes distributed by email last week? Are there any corrections or proposed revision to those minutes?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes from the May 1 meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes unanimously. Any other matters before we start taking up the hearings for today? No. Okay. Very well. So we will call the first hearing, which is application number 33 by VSR Owner LLC. And I will call to swear in the witnesses today. Let's see. So do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for taking the time. So this current case you have in front of you right now is for VSR Owner LLC. It's a 101 unit fractured condominium, 3 stories high, and this building was purchased in November of 2024. The current investor purchased it for $11 million. For $94,828 a unit. The current assessment is $18,432,700, which is 7.6 increase over the previous year. The reason for appeal, a few reasons. One is the 11 million sale price that occurred in November 2020, this past November, and the other one is an appraisal that that was done by CBRE. With the valuation of May 20th, 2024, their appraisal for the subject property concluded a value at $9 million. Just to go over part of the income and expense statements we provided on page 5 of our evidence packet. There's a summary direct cap approach. So I just wanted to go over some of those figures and where we got them from. So the gross potential rent is taken straight off of the rent roll. The rent roll can be found on page 13 of our analysis. The GPI from the rent roll, as shown in the figure below, is $1,660,089. The actual gross potential rent that was collected based on the I&E was a little bit below that at $1,495,181. But for the purposes of our analysis, we use the rent roll figure. We used CoStar vacancy rate of 4.3%, which amounted to $71,384 of vacancy loss. And for the expenses, the current actual expenses are $847,452, which is slightly above 50%. However, in our analysis, we used 50%, and the reason for the high expense ratio is one, because of the current, the current conditions of the property. It's 52 years old. It had a slight renovation 18 years ago, but given the age and I'd say lack of recent updates, it's expected to have a higher than average expense ratio, along with the historical performances of the property operating at a little bit higher than expected expense ratio. On page 26 of our analysis, there's the settlement statement dated November 19th, 2024, just showing proof of sale for $11 million to purchase the 101 parcels. And then beyond the settlement statement, there is their CBRE's appraisal. Don't want to go through the whole appraisal, it's obviously very long, but just the key highlights for the appraisal. Their cost approach, they ran an insurance replacement cost approach, and their value concluded at $9,400,000 or $93,069 a unit. That is on page 35 of the appraisal or page 64 of our evidence. Their sales comp approach, just on page 40 of the appraisal, page 69 of our evidence. That sale comp approach concluded at $9 million, about $89,109 a unit. And the income approach immediately following on page 64 of the appraisal and page 93 of our evidence. It as well concluded at the same $9 million, $89,109 a unit. And so the reason I want to call the appraisal is also their CBRE's cap rate is they concluded a cap rate for their income approach at 6.5%. This is the cap rate that we adopted in our summary analysis on page 5. And we as well added in, we took out the taxes from the expenses and we added in the tax rate of 0.854% to give us an overall cap rate of 7.354%. And we are requesting a valuation. We're not requesting the valuation of the appraisal. However, given the sale price of $11 million, we are requesting a valuation of $11 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Good morning.
good morning.
So we have 101 residential condominium units and they represent 42.08% of the total 240 units that comprise the villas at Southern Ridge Community. They were originally developed in the 1970s. In 2007, they were converted to condominium units. The assessment for the 101 units is $18,414,200 effective January 1, 2025. And basically the crux is that they're requesting that we look at this as a multifamily community rather than condominiums. Our argument is that the multifamily units represent an interim use. We have the unit sales in this development have ranged from 190 to 236,602 over the past 2 years with a median sale price of 223,750. So it would seem unlikely that this is the highest and best use as a multifamily community. It would be highest and best use would be as individual unit sales to owner users, and there's demand in the market for this because of the price point. We have very little inventory that sells at this price point in this market. So there would be no reason why you couldn't capitalize on these units by selling them out in the $200,000 unit range. So the sales that we have were presented to you on page 3 of our paper, and the value add on this project is really the renovation of it, and then potentially they could sell them out in the future. We did look at the current income approach that was given by the tax representative, and they stated that market rent was, I believe, $1,370 a unit. When we visited the property last week, I was told that unrenovated 2-bedroom units are now being leased at $1,486 per month, and renovated units are being leased at $636 per month. $1,636 per month. For 3-bedroom units, they now range between $1,922 and $2,065 per month. So the market rent has changed significantly from the time in 2 months, from the time that they purchased it to the time that they started releasing it. The unrenovated units versus the renovated units appear to be a difference of flooring. They've taken out some of the old flooring. They put in new vinyl luxury tile flooring, that kind of plank look tile. They've painted, they've cleaned the carpets, and where necessary, they've replaced or are going to replace appliances. But overall, there's little change to no change to the footprint and very little change to the actual physical other than the carpet and the vinyl. Also with regard to the expenses that were in the 2023 and the 2024 statements, we were advised that now only trash is included in the rent, that water and sewer is being billed directly to the tenants. So there's about $100,000 in the expenses that was previously under utilities. That has gone away, and the trash is the responsibility of the condominium association. So that would have been part of the $200 a month that all condo unit owners pay for. I think the other issue with doing this as a multifamily is the intermingling of the units among 17 buildings, 3 stories high. They're not all in the same buildings. They're scattered throughout among the private ownership. And then the question also becomes of replacement reserve, since there's a condominium fee at $200 a month, those exterior repairs and maintenance are being done as condos. Then how do you impact the replacement reserve as a traditional multifamily, which has to cover the exterior maintenance as well as interior maintenance? Anything else?
So, and to the point of that is that it's double dipping if you're including the condo
Condo.
fees and replacement reserves in your income approach. And the fact that the owner of these 101 units do not control the condo association. It's not common for an entire condo property to be run as apartments, but in that case, they control the entire property. They don't even have control of that process in this. They don't have a majority of the homeowners association in this case, so it's difficult to see it as that. And I think Deb covered pretty much everything.
With 3 minutes for rebuttal from the appellant.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, on the point that on the point that was mentioned about these being as apartments. So the 101 units are, currently being operated as apartments, which is why we included an income approach. However, if one would like to make the argument that these should be valued as condos and based on sales, I mean, there's nothing better than the sale of the subject property at, being at $94,828 a unit. There's a pretty large delta between the sale of those units and the income, and the value of the income compared to the current assessment. So, based on that information, and as well, the mention about the current marketing rents, generally after somebody buys a property, almost always if there's a way to remarket the rents, most people will generally remarket the rents. The current disparity between, the current marketed rents and the actual rents in place that were mentioned are about 20%, whereas the current disparity between the sale price and the assessment value is closer to a 60% disparity. So I believe that given the percentage of disparity there's definitely still room for reduction in value based on that information, based on the current marketed rents as well. And as mentioned, those aren't the current rents in place, those are the current marketed rents. Looking at the current rents in place as of January 1st, 2025, those figures are the figures that are shown on page 4 of our analysis, where 2 bedrooms are in the 1,300 range, and then the 3 bedrooms are between 16 to 1,700. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
CD Richard Ellis on the appraisal. Do they have an appraiser company that they are appraisers? Or is it just
No, yes.
my opinion of that?
No, CBRE is the company that provided the appraisal.
And they are, so it's an appraising company.
Yeah.
Certified appraiser.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. Previously, what methodology was used for the appraisal in previous years? Was it as multifamily or was it as condos?
It's been as condos.
And the only thing that changed is new company bought the property.
Correct. Yeah, the new company bought those 101.
Bought those units,
Yes.
but the other,
The other 139 are still.
they're privately owned and they can be sold, and that's what these comps are.
Correct.
Correct.
All of the all of these are for sale.
No, they're currently being operated, these 101 units, they're currently operating them under the current ownership as a multifamily property.
Some of them sold,
The other 139 are privately owned by individuals.
but of the 100 that we're talking about.
101 are all currently being rented.
And they're not up for sale as far as me.
The sales that you cite, that's the other 139.
Correct. Yeah, so the recent sales of the other, within the other 139 units.
They have a leasing office on site.
They do. They had a leasing office in the, using one of their units, but they just recently moved it to the clubhouse.
I assume with the permission of the HOA.
I would assume.
Is there any,
RPI does the condominium association management.
any zoning issues, rules, regulations, why they can't be sold, why these units couldn't be sold on the open market, one at a
Not
time?
that
Not
we're
that I
aware of,
know
no.
of.
So these have been converted.
They were converted in 2007. The entire project was converted to
Still-
condos,
You're still renting them.
and they're still renting.
This 100.
Mhm.
Are you planning on marketing any of these?
The current owner is planning on keeping them as an investment for the time being. That's their current, they're in the process, obviously, removing the flooring. They plan to increase rents, 10 to 20%. That's their current game plan.
But there is nothing stopping the current owners from changing and marketing these individually in the future.
No, absolutely not. They have free reign to.
Can you tell me how many of them where the rent has gone up and how many the rent has stayed the same? In other words, how many of them are you getting 13 or 16? And then how many of them are you getting 22 or whatever the number was?
That's a good question. Currently, based on the rent roll, the current rents are at between 1,300 for the 2 bedrooms, 1,600 for the 16 to 1,700 for the 3 bedrooms. I would have to individualize the rent roll and look at the ones that are expiring very soon and which ones they replace the flooring to see exactly.
But their plan is to redo them all and get the higher rent.
So currently, I think for the ones that are vacating soon, then yes, but the ones that have long-term leases, then I'm not sure what their plan is for that.
These were the old Turtle Creek apartments, right?
No, not
No,
Country Green. Country Green.
Country Green.
Yeah.
Country Green, okay.
Does the assessor's office agree that the rents that were included in the income approach were accurate as of January 1? And is there an objection to using those rents instead of the ones that were the heightened rents?
No, we don't know the timing exactly of when units have changed, so we would agree that those were the original rents when they purchased it, but if there were any turned over by January 1st, we don't know.
Do we have any evidence that those rents were not accurate as of January 1? Otherwise, I think we have to accept those.
No, we don't.
What rent did you use on all of them? Did you use the
We
30?
did
We
not.
did not, we didn't do an income approach.
We use sales comparison.
Yes.
Like condominium unit.
That seems like our question. We doing
Yeah.
sales or we doing income?
That is, I believe.
That's
what it
the-
comes
That's
down
the.
to.
That's what we gotta get.
That's the point.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
So-
And,
so,
and
yeah.
since '07, when they were condominiumized. Well, you weren't even, but
As long as I've
for
been here.
the past foreseeable, like the past, it's been as individual condos, not as a multifamily.
That is correct. And I think what the applicant said a few minutes ago is that the current owner, it's his current plan is to keep them rented. I mean, that's the point of an interim use is your current plan is to hold on to them and make some cash flow while you're possibly planning to turn them over as condo units and make, twice what they paid for it which is based on sale.
You know, life's a risk. I'm not gonna try to value anything on what's gonna be 5, 4 years from now. I think you gotta look at what it is right now when they bought it, and I'm just going back and forth on. I mean, it's been assessed as a condo, individual units for the last 7, 8, 10, however many years. I need to be persuaded why that's different. I mean, it's less than 50% of the total unit count. It's not more than 50% of the total unit count.
So the previous owner held these for how many years? Like many, right? Like not, it wasn't like a short-term use.
No, Fry Properties, he had been there for quite some time. When I spoke to the maintenance person, I think the maintenance from that company, the gentleman had been there like 27 years, so it's at least in that range. And they're still managing though.
So that's a little concerning to me because it seems like you guys could have made that argument that he was using it, or whoever owns the company was using it as an interim use for that entire period. And then at the end, it was sold based on the interim use economics at a price that's mismatched with how it'd been taxed. Like, and it seems to me that this is the same situation. Like, we can say it's an interim use, but plainly, at least in that case, that conclusion wasn't borne out. You know, it was the only use for which they were put for the duration of the ownership.
That is true.
So, I mean, it was an apartment community that somebody condominiumized. Is the person that sold it the one that tried to convert it? Or,
It was converted by Mr. Fry in 2007.
and he was the
Fry
person who
Properties, I
sold it?
believe, was the.
So he got
person
caught
that
in the
just
same
sold it.
mess we all got caught in 07, 8, and 9, and had no choice but to operate it as an apartment community because he couldn't sell them off.
I guess it's also, I'm thinking through, like, if 101 of these things actually came to market at the same time, it doesn't seem possible that we could achieve the sales figures. I mean, there'd just be a glut of the condos. It seems like they would sell for significantly less if we were trying to sell them at once.
There would be an absorption period.
I think at those price points, however, that's a value for anything in our market.
I think you do a building at a time, sell it. Convert
Yeah,
it.
but slowly
I don't,
over a period of time.
I'm not sure we should be having that conversation. I mean,
Why is that?
because I think that this. Well, I mean, you can get a highest and best use. That's condominium. Let's sell it all. Highest value.
Yeah, but that's
I mean, that's
little,
what it should be.
but plainly, they considered doing that and rejected it for some reason. They
In
sold it.
07?
No, I mean, last year, whenever these were bought.
Oh, I think Mr. Fry probably just didn't want to put the capital in to do it. So he found somebody to sell it to.
And
Now we're
the-
talking
It's
about
like that.
CapEx before we could achieve the price of the market though.
Again, I go back to what it was for the last however many years. I just, the question is, should it be valued as a multifamily project, as the applicant is arguing, or as individual condos, which is how it's been assessed for the last
Has there
20
been
years.
any?
I'm open to a
change?
solution, but that, I mean, an answer, but I don't know what the answer is right now.
We do, and we have this in our write-up, we do
Does the
include
applicant want to make an argument to us about why we should look at it as a multifamily instead of, we can ask that question? All right.
Sure, absolutely.
So, it's obviously.
Within the
part-
framework of the law and the.
Yeah, it's obviously parceled as condos, however, it's operating as an apartment, has income statements as an apartment, management company as an apartment. Everything about it bought as an apartment. So, and when you look at the past few years and the past sales, it's been sold as these 101 fractured units, been sold as apartments. So, the way I look at it, if somebody were to go look at, go to the investor and the investor wanted to sell, they wouldn't sell, oh, take 1 unit, take 2 units, they'd try and sell 101 units. So based on how the market would respond to a sale, the market would look at it as a multifamily as opposed to looking at it as a condo. And that's exactly what on the the introduction to the CBRE appraisal, that's what the appraiser did as well. The appraiser considered the 101 units as a multifamily as opposed to a condo. and that also is why they evidently you know, concluded their value on heavy weight on the sales comparison and the income approach.
But they're owned individually. It's not a multifamily.
So the 101 are parceled out individually, owned by the same owner and company.
If a tenant came to you and wanted to buy their unit, would the owner sell to him?
I'm honestly not sure if the owner would sell to them or not, but seeing as I don't think the owner would sell it for the price that obviously they wouldn't want to sell it for the price that the other units are being sold at. If they want to hold it and make cash flow off of it, they would want to keep it.
How would, if we change this, how would it affect the privately owned condos, their value?
It would,
Well, wouldn't they have an argument to say, well, I own 3 units here and I'm renting them out and they're equivalent of these 101, why are mine 60% more than these 101?
I mean, it is possibly a concern. I mean, but it's kind of circular argument. You can't change this one because they exist and you can't change them because you have to.
So
change them.
I guess what I'm asking is there any, has there been any, other than a change in ownership, has there been any change in anything else
There
to warrant us changing the way this has been assessed?
there has been no other change now. And I do want to point out that we do have a 15% reduction on these units, all except the ones that were recently renovated
2020
due to the
credit
fire. Because of the ownership of so many together.
There is a discount.
There is a
Yes.
discount, yes. It's just not a discount that equals the sale price that happened last year.
What, is there any, how is the assessor's office typically handled, like, sale of, remember those big, that big portfolio of like low income housing that Charlottesville bought, or like portfolios of single family homes or small multifamily, that are all sold together? How's that been treated historically, as like a valued as a portfolio or as the sales approach on each one?
So, well, generally, you know, we would, depending on the property type, we would discount the sale of a lot of units at one time because it's basically a volume discount. But
Was a volume discount applied here?
that's in our 15% reduction.
The 15% I thought was for obsolescence, economic obsolescence. There's something else.
Well, it's due to that, you know, number of units, the fact that they own so many units and the fact that we're valuing the properties in general as individual.
Let me just make sure I understand. These units have been multifamily always.
These 101
One,
units?
yes.
Yes, I believe these have been run as multifamily owned always.
But they've always been assessed based on their value as condominiums.
Since they became
Converted
condominiums,
into
when they were
separate.
converted from a regular apartment complex, probably in one parcel into 240 separate condos.
It's always
It's
been assessed in that
assessed
way.
as condos.
And when they were purchased for 11 million, the new owner knew that they were assessed at about 17 million.
Correct.
Tell me about the 15% good deal. What is that?
The basis of
What
it,
is the combination? 15% is a combination of what factors?
combination of condition and multiple ownership.
What percentage is condition? What percentage? is
Well, we don't have a breakdown that specifies that.
And the condition is they haven't been rid of, generally. They're in the same condition they were when they condominiumized.
I don't know that. I was only allowed to see the model unit, which is an unrenovated unit, and then one renovated unit. I wasn't able to see all the units.
What's the difference between the two?
It's flooring, paint, cleanup of the kitchens, the cabinets.
Yeah. Cabinets?
No, they pretty much stay the same, their
Yeah.
brown countertops are the same. If they need to
Right,
replace a appliance, they'll replace an appliance. I think, was there some lighting, Billy, when we were there? They were replacing some lighting.
Some limited.
Yeah.
Plumbing, toilet, we finished the pubs.
No, no refinish on bathrooms.
So one assumption we would make is that these units that have been rental units would generally be in a lower or a worse condition than the individually owned.
I mean, looking at the pictures from what I see, I would guess that when they were condominiumized, because they're built in the seventies. That's when they upgraded them. That's what you did. And the pictures that I've seen look like 07, 08. So it's fair to assume they all started in that condition in 07 and 08.
We would assume that, yes.
Okay. And then they've probably been in that condition since 07 and 08. When they were just run as a multifamily, and they couldn't sell anymore. Okay. And then, so the upgrade is simply what you just described.
To the best of my knowledge, based on what I was able to view.
So I mean, I understand some people are gonna go in. Most people, when they buy a condo, they're gonna do some people, but I don't think in 07 or anything problem. So any improvements would be between then and now. Not. Just trying to figure out the baseline to where you're getting this 15%. You know, between those two things, condition and owning a chunk home. Does anybody who might know what is typically owning a large portion, a large number of the same property? Discount. I mean,
We don't have a set amount.
Or do we get to pick? I mean, there's,
In the absence of.
there's a value for that. I mean, there is a discount that's worth coming up with for owning multiple units or purchasing multiple units or whatever. I'm less persuaded about condition. I think they're probably pretty close to what's are owned individually. And there's obviously somebody will come in and $20,000 granite countertops in an apartment. That's their choice. The market won't pay them for it, but
I don't think that, I don't think we should change the method of assessment. We should keep it as condos, whether 15% should be tweaked. I don't know. I'm not persuaded that
I
should be changed to multifamily.
I agree with that, especially if there is a discount for the owning a large chunk. The question is what that discount should be.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It occurs to me that like the discount for lack of control, like the minority ownership discount for a single owner, might be sort of negligible, but owning like 49%, would be quite high, right? And so similarly, I think owning 101, maybe there ought to be some greater consideration applied to that. Because you are at the whims of the HOA. I'm kind of surprised they're allowed to do the leasing out of the clubhouse.
They're probably rent it.
Yeah,
You know, I don't know any HOA that's not cash poor.
yeah. And so I understand why the assessor's office has valued these in the same way, in the way they did. It is troubling to me that ultimately the price paid and interest earned on the profile of the investment from Mr. Fry was much different from how these were actually taxed historically, and one might argue that it's overtaxed. So, but I also am not persuaded that we need to adopt multifamily for a portfolio. There's like a line drawing problem, and that's not exactly the right approach for me either. I end up feeling like the 15% number is sufficiently flexible, or that it could be adjusted as a way to, as a type of compromise between these two approaches, to provide the applicant some relief without changing the assessor's approach from the sales comparison approach to the income approach. And so I would favor an adjustment upwards of that 15% to capture some of these factors.
This isn't exactly analogous, but sometimes if you're a minority owner in a partnership, you don't get the full value of it, sell it. And when I say minority, they're 101 of a larger HOA that they don't have a lot of control over, there's risk there. And then there's also just, there is a discount when you, for bulk, so. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, you're making a motion to reduce the assessment by 15%.
it's already,
It's the 15% is already applied. I guess if I were making a motion, I'd be making one to increase that 15% to something. I actually wouldn't want to just guess. I'd want to know what the outcome would be. If we bumped that to like 25 or 20 or 22%, what effect would that have?
Well, because it's on 101 units, I can't tell you exactly without
I guess.
putting it on all.
I guess just roughly, is that applied to like,
Well, yeah,
It's a total
whatever
assessment.
Assess that, take on another 5% off.
I know, but sometimes that's a portion to like the buildings and not the land and,
It is. So
I guess could we do it on one and see what the result would be?
absolutely. So this, not much. Unfortunately, we only have the one screener here. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but basically, this is one of the units. It's currently valued at 178.2 with the 15%. And what did you want me to try?
Could we try 20 first?
Drop to 168.7. It's $10,000 approximately.
Times 100, so it'd be $1 million.
I count. There's 9, I'm assuming 3 bedrooms out of this 101.
So I guess I would feel like something closer to 30% would be appropriate, which I think would be about a $3 million reduction, 18 to 15 versus the 11,000 sales price.
I think 30 is too much. In the 25 range.
25 would be about 2 million in gross reduction to 16.
I could go for 25.
All right, is there a motion?
I'll make that motion that we keep the assessment as condos, but increase the discount from 15 to 25% for multi-unit ownership.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
And before you vote, and for clarity, I think there are a couple of units, the ones that were
2020,
rebuilt after the fire that had nothing.
right?
Just for clarity, I think we put the 25 on every unit and just adjust them to whatever they would be at that.
And that will approximately lower the assessment from 18 million to around 16. Is that what we're saying?
That's my mental.
Approximate.
5% bump was about $1 million, so 10% bump should be 2. Okay, well, there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No,
Okay, the motion passes.
So we will get you the exact number once we make that change to all 101.
Okay. Thank you, the applicant.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Nicely done.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Zach.
Have a great
Take
day.
care. Have a good day.
Okay, we'll call the second application for Jay, application number 37. I think the owner is Conway Howe Briggish, trustee of the Conway Howe Briggish Living Trust.
I'm just gonna write 25% productive.
Okay.
And you do the math on them.
Okay.
Be clear about that discount goes across land and improvements or just on.
That's just on the improvements.
Good, that's where you're in.
You've done one of these things, I'm the small fish here compared to what you guys were just talking about.
All right. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony before and documentary which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You have 10 minutes to present your case to begin, up to 10.
Okay, it won't take that long. I'm just saying, if I have a piece of property, landlocked, on my current house. That I purchased separately after I purchased the house in front. House in front is on 3.25 acres around there. We're just over 3 acres, that's directly behind me. Knowing that there was an easement through my property to that back property, and you've probably seen that. I got the here, showing the proposed driveway of where to go. So it seems like you guys think that my property is worth more than it is. And I have a little chart showing the increase over the few years compared to my property. And you guys bumped me up 41, almost 42% over the year before that. And you're kind of saying, well, because it's like this valuable piece of property. I went and found all these comps within a mile of, as a crow flies, roughly from where I live. So I'm not thinking from southern Albemarle or somewhere else in my area. Where properties are drastically different. Of course, not everything be exactly the same, apples to apples, 3 acres, 5 acres, 4 acres, whatever. But I feel like I'm being unfairly assessed higher for some reason. We don't even know if that land in the back is properly buildable, I don't have any desire to build on it, but I like, maybe Albemarle County wants everyone to build condominium. Well, so I don't know what my area is, but I know that, everyone thinks that because these people have moved down here in the past couple of years from DC and New York, and they're spending insane amounts of money on properties that aren't worth what they're paying. That therefore my property's got to go up when I've been living here in this county for 25 years. I used to own a farm down in Schuyler, in the Albemarle portion of that, and I've been in Keswick now for almost 9 years. This easement that was drawn from a previous owner, I actually took a video showing if I were to drive in my driveway and driving across my lawn where this is, you're gonna go right past, and I can show it. I don't know if there's any way, if you just want to look on my phone, you're gonna go right past my living room. And I don't know who's gonna want to buy that piece of property and have to drive past somebody's living room to get to the parcel in the back. So I just don't feel like I'm being assessed properly here, fairly. And so therefore I'm just asking to have that reduced, because I feel if you don't reduce it, next year you're gonna charge me you're gonna assess me even higher, every year it does go up, of course. So that's all I'm trying to say. If anyone wants to see the video of where that proposed drive would be, I'm happy to pass the phone.
Okay, thank you. Here from the assessor's office.
So, the presentation or the kind of arguments that Mr. British gave us originally, where he said the property was landlocked, we don't agree with, and we provided that when this parcel was subdivided, that the access was legally provided. I'm not sure what Mr. British is talking about. I don't know where his living room is in the house, but the subdivision was based on this very specific driveway, basically this right of way being provided to the back lot. Now, my understanding is his current driveway is not the one that would be used for the back. But we value the property as a buildable lot, which according to our community development office, the back lot looks fully developable. It doesn't have any topo issues. You know, it's got this access, so we don't see any problem with it actually being developed into a home site. Now, his desire not to actually sell it for a home site is a different issue. We do reduce the value, you know, we value our vacant lots in the rural areas based on a home site and residual land, home site of 2 acres plus residual land. We have, that is the way we value the back lot, this parcel is speaking of. But we reduce the value by 15% because it's accessed through another parcel. So we recognize that this isn't a lot with frontage on the main road, that we reduce it because of that. And otherwise, there's really no issues with this parcel.
There is a creek going through the back of it. So wherever there was gonna be a house, if there was gonna be a house, you got a creek right below it. And you've got some strange gullies or on the way there. So to build that driveway, you're gonna be having to do some major building work for that. You know. And taking down at least a third of the trees.
We did adjust for topo as well for that back portion for the water protection overlay. Does affect the residual area.
So yeah, you can see in here, but no, you can't because it's not. There we go. You can see on the screen there, move back, so you can see the main road up here. Zoom out a little bit. There's the main road out here. This is the access that goes through the front. And so that stream and water protection area in the back wouldn't be in the way of any development. Access from the front, there'd be plenty of room on this parcel for a home site. So we don't see that as being any kind of problem.
That easement though is not what you just drew.
I'm sorry, hold on a second.
Okay.
I don't know, we're having technical issues today.
We are.
Here we go. So this is the water protections due to the stream in the back. So there would be issues with building something in this area, but this is a very small portion and it's out of the way. It's not up in the front where you'd have to cross it. That's where it might cause some problems. So this relatively flat area, and it's easily developable. We don't see any issues in consulting with community development. They saw no issues either with development.
Any rebuttal?
Yeah, where he was showing the access is not what's drawn on this thing, on the actual plat, where it goes. It starts, it jots out, and then it goes right back in, it goes right past my living room, which is all the way on the right-hand side. So I'm not gonna want someone driving past my house in the middle of the night to go to the house that's behind me. And they're not gonna wanna be driving past my house. So it's not a very desirable design. Maybe they should have maybe they should have rethought this when they drew it in. And I don't know what the reason was. That was done long before I was there. But it is not a desirable building spot, and I don't buy that at all. It's desirable to me to have opens, having trees and having, natural space because we have enough houses, in the area. And, but I think I'm being unfairly, why did it go? It went up in 2018, it went up 15.76% from the year before, at 0% the next year, 9%. Under 3% the next year, 2.76%, 17% in 2023, went down 4.838% in 2024, and then up almost 42% in 20. Whereas my house, it didn't go up like that. My house actually only went up 4% from the previous year, you know, the front part. So I know it's different, that those are different kind of properties. One's got a house, one doesn't. Why did it go up almost 42%? Not fair.
Okay, anything further? Or any further questions?
I have a question.
Of course.
What's the value of your lot that your house is on right now?
Currently, it's assessed at 616,000.
Lot?
The lot with the house you're talking, yeah.
Just the land value.
Just the land.
Oh, I don't have that on me in front of you. You probably can look it right up.
It's 177,800. It's a
Well,
3.24 acre.
Yeah,
You on the main road?
I'm on Clark's track. I don't know. That's not. Are you
That's
talking
State Road.
State Road?
He
Yeah,
fronts on that.
yeah.
So if these two parcels were united, the total value of the land would certainly go down because, you know, they extinguish the development right.
It would not actually distinguish or extinguish the development right by combining them into one.
What about if he had released his deed, the deeded easement, and it became landlocked?
Well, that would be different, yeah. If this rear parcel was actually undevelopable, then we wouldn't have a homestead.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, I hear what you're saying, that no one's gonna wanna drive past your living room. My guess is people will happily drive past your living. You just will not be happy about that. But I think that if you were to match, the development condition of the property to what you actually intend to use it for, I'm hearing the assessor's office say that they could value it in the way that you want it valued, as if no one could build on it, as if it were landlocked.
So if I were to combine them back together again,
Vacate the easement.
sorry,
Vacate the easement.
vacate the easement. Okay, so how do I do that?
Now you're getting into complicated.
Yeah, so I was gonna suggest-
There's no way to vacate the easement on this because it's an agreement in the,
Between the two.
you
parcel
can
owners.
actually combine them back together, but you can't just leave them separate and vacate the easement, is my understanding.
Because originally it
Even if you
was
have
all
both
one
parcels,
piece.
you do that.
I don't think it's legal to not provide access to a parcel,
Even if you own both of them.
even if you don't.
Well, the government needs to get out of your pocket.
Which actually, I would take the, let's say you did what you do, what you're saying you could do, you could easily give it back. So you can't just take away the easement and say, okay, this is worth less, and then suddenly put it back on and it's worth more and I sell it. So it's, you know, even if there wasn't this easement, it's right away that was in the deed, we would still argue that he has control over that and that he could provide access to it if he wanted to.
The best way of combining.
I think maybe hiring an attorney to look at it would be a good way to go instead of listening to us sort of spitball on it.
Yeah.
Which I invited, by the way, but yeah, I just wanted to note that that right now there's a mismatch between what the applicant is asking for and what the rights actually are, but that the conceit will be changed in the future, and bring those things into alignment.
I think, honestly, I think he's right, but you may not like somebody driving by, but buildable lots in Albemarle County are so hard to come by, somebody will pay for that property. So, and that's
So
what
you
they,
want me, do you
that's
want,
what,
is
that's
that
what
what
they
you,
have to assess it by. I know what
do
you're
you
going to
want me
say.
to sell it?
I'm not,
Absolutely.
I knew you were gonna say that. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Okay.
saying is they have to value it based on what the market. Not what you would pay for it or not what you wouldn't be willing to sell it for. That's just the law.
Okay. So we just want to become Northern Virginia and just have houses.
That has
everywhere?
everything to do with who you elect as your representatives, not us.
Well,
It's not. I mean, the
okay,
policies that the super, I'm ranging from it. The policies that the supervisors have imposed on this county for the last 30 years are directly related to the value of land here. It's land use policy. And honestly, there's not enough lots for the demand for people who want to move here, for whatever reason, the university, the research park, whatever. There's not enough housing for the people that want to move here. So therefore, they will pay more for what is available. It is simple. It's not even supply and demand. It's human nature.
So it sounds like,
Scarcity.
you want the people who are living here.
Say you want, I don't want anything.
Well, I'm just
You
gonna,
know, you-
I'm saying
where we go.
everyone other than me, is that you want, is that the people that like, they don't care if we get pushed out because like, I gotta just head out to another county because you guys just wanna keep raising all the taxes on and everything.
This is a policy matter with land use.
Okay.
If we have
So what-
more available
what
land
am I-
to build smaller, single-family houses on, there wouldn't be this pressure to buy things out in the county.
I have a question.
Yes.
The land is a value, where his house is at 177,000, is that what I heard?
Yes, sir.
And this lot is 148.7. Do we feel like there's that much? It almost feels to me like there should be more of a discount for being back off the road and having to build that road to get back to it. I don't know how you calculate that. I'm not sure.
It's, we don't include the cost of building the driveway in the land value. That would be once it's approved. And we found that 15% is, our typical access adjustment would be 10. In this case, we're using 15. They do go higher in certain situations, but we feel that 15% is appropriate. And that the $30,000 difference approximately in value between the front and back lot is appropriate. And I
You got
agree with Mr.
20%.
Mayo that, this happens all over the county. You have people driving by, quote, somebody else's living room to get to their lot.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking how to arrive at the difference, because obviously the one that fronts on the state road
Mhm.
is more valuable than the one behind.
Absolutely.
In this, especially in this
In
instance,
which case there could be negatives to being closer to the
There could
road
be,
than.
but
than
it
back.
doesn't look
And-
like
And
it is.
generally, we adjust down, and we found in the market that those parcels in the back are lower, but not 50% lower. So we have found that 15% is appropriate, to 10 to 15%.
I also see you have a 20% discount for topo.
We do have that's because of that water protection area in the very back. That's only on the residual land. So we've got the first 2 acres as a home site, and that's not adjusted for topo. But the extra 1.1 acres or so is adjusted minus 20% for that.
In the under your floodplain area.
Correct. It
Okay.
is, well, it was leased in the water protection area. Let me see. What's in the floodplain. It's actually not in the floodplain.
That must have been-
Right, but you can't do anything. I don't think you can clip trees.
I think that the restriction due to the water protection ordinance is that you can't put buildings in here in this area that's highlighted. But that's
The only
where
good,
there's no restriction on.
the only good spot where you could build a house is just above that line, by the way, because I've been back there. I know it very intimately. The front lot is flat. It's awesome. It's perfectly flat. The back is not. There's no flat spots down there. It slopes down. It's got weird little gullies that go right down through like a ravine of some sort that was there. You would have to do a lot of building up just to get a road in there to do it properly. And it is not flat land. It's nice for what it is, but take down, if there's an oak tree that falls down, it becomes firewood. That's what I use it for. And these 2 parcels used to belong together. They were combined at one point. 2 owners before me were the people who split it up. I don't know what their intentions were, but whatever, I'm happy to have it. I like having that buffer space. And I paid $40,000 for it, less than 10 years ago, like 7 years or 8 years ago. 40 grand. You know? If you're saying I got a great deal, I don't know. But 148,000, no.
Just a quick question. Why did it go up 41% in 1 year?
That was the change to the neighborhood, to the land, adjust the land rate for the neighborhood. We found that we needed to come up on the land values in this market area, which is market area 212,
So that happened in the entire area.
the entire market area.
Did his land go up at the same,
Both parcels would have gone
just the
up.
land value?
Correct.
Was it too low prior to that?
Yes. In our, as we work the reassessment in these market areas, you know, we have to balance how much we adjust the land and how much we adjust the improvement adjustments. And this year, there was a large increase in the home site value and the land value across this market area.
So if you combine the two parcels, would his assessment stay the same for both
It
parcels?
would actually
added
go
together?
down because our assessments don't reflect and I made the point earlier, they wouldn't lose the development right. Right. But our assessment would not reflect that development right at the back. If he had just a 6-acre parcel instead of.
You would do 2 acres of a home site and the other 4 acres would be at
At a
reduced
residual
rate.
amount, yeah, correct,
And the residual value per acre
is 15% of the home site rate, so it's 23,000 per acre.
and if you wanted to, or his heirs wanted to, they could put that line back and not lose that development.
Yeah, again, that's, you know, something that, you know,
It seems
the whole
analogous.
undoing
You
and
tell
doing
me-
again thing is, yeah.
That
it's
was
something-
analogous to you telling us that that you couldn't just get rid of the easement.
Exactly, and that's getting rid of the easement is different than combining them back together and then separating them again, so. Community development, I assume, because they required it back in 2008, would require that access to be put in place if they were broken back down. But this is a hypothetical on top of a hypothetical, so.
I mean, it's an option for you to wait next year.
To combine them together now, back together.
And if, you know, you or your family want to sell it later. Your dad, God forbid.
What
So we're not losing the value, the ultimate value.
what's the process for me doing that? I have no idea. I don't do this kind of
You
stuff.
got to go talk to the county and get a survey.
I'm here, I'm at the county.
Community development, yeah, not all
Okay.
together, but,
There's a process.
Okay,
and I would assume this plat was done in 2008. That was the big boom at the end of the big boom. Oh, yeah. Most likely that's why it was subdivided. Let's take advantage of the big cash. Then, yeah, the land value was gone, probably doubling at that time.
Is there a motion?
I move we affirm the assessor's assessment at 148,700.
Thank you, Bob. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the assessment is affirmed unanimously. Thank you for coming.
all right.
Home now.
Thank you.
Application number. Well. For LTD Hollywood LLC. Hi there.
Morning.
Are you Mrs. Schlick?
I'm not, I'm Amy Brinker. So, we've had a person leave our company, and so this was put on my desk about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So I apologize that there wasn't any, documentation sent ahead of time, we just
It's all right.
couldn't get it together in time, so
problem.
I apologize.
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in.
Sure,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have up to 10 minutes to present your case.
Okay, great, thank you. So it looks like we have filed an appeal, which doesn't look like that we have actually filed the appeal, because the management company believes that the assessed grade for this hotel is incorrect. So the board assessed the Staybridge Suite, this is the Staybridge Suites up at the airport. Stayed there last night. Lovely hotel. But it was assessed as a grade 1, and we believe it should be a 4, maybe a 3, maybe a 3.5, somewhere in between there. And I'm just gonna walk through the reasons we think that, and then I guess you guys can have your discussion and your decision. So on the assessment model that I was given a couple of weeks ago, it looks like a grade 1 determination is based on a newer hotel or a recent major renovation in an middle to upper range for the class. So this hotel was actually built in 2019, which if that was a house, that would certainly be a new house. My house was built last century way early, so if I wish my house was built in 2019. But with hotels, typically the brands, so Marriott, Hilton, IHG, this happens to be an IHG hotel, and they have all the brands underneath them, actually require a major renovation after 5 to 6 years. So we are coming up on that requirement, and IHG and the ownership is working on getting it's called a PIP, a property improvement plan, together to do that. Hotels just get a lot of wear and tear, a lot more than an actual house would have. And so the newer hotel, the newer property is a little bit different for hotels. So we would argue that it's actually not a newer hotel, but it is old. It needs a renovation. And then moving on to the upper middle range for its class. So as I mentioned, this is an IHG branded hotel, Intercontinental Hotel Group. And those are typically not as desirable as a Marriott or a Hilton. There is one high-end brand within that portfolio, but just generally, the Staybridge Suites brand is considered a low to middle range. Even within the extended, so Staybridge, in case you guys don't know, is an extended stay. The rooms have little kitchenettes and usually a little seating area, but it is like the low to mid range for that type of a hotel. So that is why we think it should go from grade 1 down to 3 or 4. We think this is a combination of higher age and the lower range for the class. I would represent to the board that even though it is a higher age, it's probably lower to middle range, not necessarily low, not necessarily middle, because it's a middle range in our opinion, and it's in need of a renovation. So somewhere between a 3 and a 4, I think is where we would land on that. And then moving down to like the revenues and the numbers. So geographically, this is on the north side of town, which presents, even though it's definitely a performing asset, it's certainly not as desirable as the hotels and other extended stay establishments within like downtown or near the university. So our occupancy by the airport sort of depends on compression occupancy. And that is when Charlottesville fills up due to a football game or a basketball game. And then that pushes occupants up to the north side. So our occupancy is a little bit lower than it would be typically if we were inside of closer to downtown. On our numbers here, so the most important, and forgive me, I don't know how familiar the board is with hotel businesses, but the big numbers you look at are occupancy, ADR, which is average daily rate, and RevPAR, which is revenue per available room. So in your model, you have the average ADR as for, excuse me, for all reporting properties as $172.42. And our average ADR is only $144.35. That means that we are not able to actually fetch a higher nightly rate or daily rate for our hotel because of our location on the north side. It's about 16% less than your average. And then moving on to RevPAR, which again is revenue per available room. That on your model, the average is $113.64, and our projected RevPAR is $104.77. So that's again, about, I don't do public math, but that's about 10% less than what your model says. And then lastly, I have the numbers. I'm not able to give them to you because they're proprietary that we get from CoStar. But it's pretty well known in the markets, just in the investment markets, that the luxury hotel brands are increasing in their success in all ways. Occupancy, ADR, RevPAR, those numbers are going up right now in this economy. The middle to lower range, more economical traveler, they're traveling less, they have less money to spend on vacations. So RevPAR and occupancy and ADR is going down. Even as the luxury resorts are going up, because the people who can go on vacation are going on more, the people who can't are saving money for groceries. So those are all the reasons that we have. Like I said, it's a lovely hotel. I stayed there last night, but it just doesn't have the desirability that the hotels have down here further south from the airport. So like I said, we would like to be reassessed so that our cap rate would move from the 8.5% cap rate of a limited service grade 1. We do agree that we're in the limited service category, but somewhere between 9.5% and 10%, we think would be more appropriate for the hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We're from the assessor's office now.
Before Tim starts, do you all have page 4 is where we find the hotel model. And if anybody doesn't have their book, please brought. Mr. Howard needs it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Howard.
Sorry for the rudeness. Table.
So if you look at page 4, you can see the grades and the different classes of property or different types of property that we've talked about before in different sessions, with this property being limited service, I believe. Okay, I'm gonna let Deb take it then.
For the 2025 assessment, we're using the 2023 operating statement. And that is because that is a full year that we have available to us in 2024 when we start to create the assessments for 2025. So we're always behind. So we looked at the 2023 operating statement for this year. The 2022 and the 2021 operating statements had not been provided to us in the past. So prior years' assessments had been based on our estimates because nothing had been provided to us. The appellant has provided the 2022 and 2021 operating statements based on the request for this appeal. I did inspect the property on March 26th. It's in excellent condition. It was built in 2019. And yes, I do agree that PIPs are required by all branded facilities over a certain period of time. Some are 5, some are 6, and some are 7. But a new facility like this, built in 2019, does not require a full renovation. So I found the property to be in excellent condition overall. We did use the grade 1 property model because it's a newer or recent major renovation, middle to upper range for class. The improvements are in excellent condition. We use the Smith Travel Research chain scale to rank the brands, and that's an upscale chain by Smith Travel Research. The grade 1 designation we believe is accurate, and the cap rate assigned to the grade 1 is 8.5%. We believe that's accurate. The income sheet we have is presented on the 3rd page of our documentation. We use the actual room sales, restaurant sales, other sales, and income to get a total revenue of $3,996,654. Actual expenses were used. The only adjustment that was made was for a 3.5% management fee, which is based on our model on page 4 of our 2025 Albemarle County Commercial Assessment Models. And we use a 4.5% replacement reserve that was increased from last year when it was 4% based on market data that indicated that replacement reserve was increasing. The value indication that included the FF&E was 12,259,100, and we had a deduction of $2,524 per room for the depreciated value of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which brings the income value of the real estate to $11,999,100.
So one of the reasons why I wanted to point out page 4 in our model is that we're not comparing this property to a Hilton or a Marriott. Those are full service type properties. So they have a totally different schedule of cap rates. As a limited service, we are using a higher cap rate. We believe that that grade 1 would be appropriate in this newer, what we refer to as newer property, even though, you know, yes, it goes through improvement plan. The flag will want their properties to stay up to a certain standard in order for them to keep the flag. But we don't believe that a 2019 property, unless it has extreme wear and tear, which this property does not, we believe that it is a grade 1 property. So the combination of grade 1 and limited service cap rate, you know, we determine a cap rate based on the combination of those two things. The applicant also mentioned the 144.35 ADR. We're using their actual income. So we're reflecting the income that this property would get where it is and what actually gets where it is, and not using any kind of analysis of properties that are at a better location to say that this should be worth something different. So I think we reflect the cap rate appropriately, the grade, the type of property, and which is service level, and the income of the property, because we use the actual income of the property. So I think all of that is appropriate and that our value is good. If you have anything to add to.
I just wanted to say that the overall lodging market, that I gave the data on the model on page 4 of occupancy of 65.9% and a ADR of 173.42 with a RevPAR of 113.64. That includes all of the properties that report in this market, from economy scale to full service resort. So you would expect that an average daily rate on that basis for the overall market would be higher than an individual property, because it's taking into consideration all of the properties reporting.
What was the cap rate you used?
8.5%.
Okay. Any questions? Then you have, I think that's the 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Sure, no worries. So I just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned that you used our actual revenue and that my 144.35 ADR was not correct, but this is on the hotel motel income worksheet that I believe was used by the assessor's
I
office.
said it is correct.
Okay.
Your
So I just wanted to
144.35 is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. So, just gonna walk through a couple of points made by the assessor's office here. Respectfully, the assessor's office doesn't get to determine our contractual relationship with the brand. If they're going to require a PIP from between 5 and 6 years, that's something we have to do. The hotel industry is probably better at assessing when a hotel needs a renovation. It might look nice, we take really good care of it, but it is outdated in the grand scheme of a hotel standard. So if you're looking at, hey, this looks like a great lobby, things aren't ripped up, sure, we're trying to make that presentable for our guests. But in the hotel industry, that standard is different and it's outdated and needs to be renovated. And we're going to have to do a renovation. So that's just not even a question. The 3.5% management fee is in the market. I will tell you that I am the general counsel for the management company of this hotel. We also take a shared services fee of 1%. And I think there is also another asset management fee of 1%. So, but I cannot remember that in this particular engagement. So I think that fee is probably closer to 4.5% that the ownership of this hotel is paying. sorry, I already mentioned the ADR. And then everything in this market, I get that it does, if everything from the smallest days in with outside hallways is in here and everything up to the nicest hotel in Charlottesville is in here. But I did print out this map just to kind of give myself a visual. And most of the hotels here, and this is just from Google Maps, it's not anything fancy. See all these hotels here? We're way up here. So I get that it's a market, it's probably in the same market where the map is drawn. But it doesn't change the fact that we only get compression occupancy. And our ADR is lower than the average. So that's just what we ask. I agree with Ms. Sessions' office, it's a great hotel. So if you'd like to stay there, you're welcome. But we don't think that grade 1 is appropriate. We'd rather have probably closer to the 3 is appropriate for our location and our renovation status.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants?
Yeah. Grade 1 and grade 3, what's the difference?
Sure, so if you look at the models. So grade 1 is defined as newer or recent major and renovation. And upper to middle range for the class. So I assume the class of hotels that are in this, like the extended stay type class of hotels. Number 3 is up to 15 years old or recently renovated, which again, in this instance, a recent renovation is not within the last 5 or 6 years. And then low to middle range for the class. I believe, and I apologize, I think this one is considered upper mid-scale or mid-scale on the range for the CoStar reports. And then grade 4 is a combination of higher age and lowest range for class. I think we originally asked for that in our application. I think looking at the fact that we're closer to a 3 than a 4. But I don't think that we're a 1.
County has you as what?
As a 1, so we are limited service grade 1, which gives us an 8.5% cap rate. A grade 3 would give us a 9.5% cap rate, and a 4 would give us a 10. Again, I don't think we should have applied for a 4. I think a 3 is more appropriate here.
What's the difference in the price between the one with a cap of 8.5 and what you think it should be?
The difference,
Value, what's the difference in the value from the 2 cap rates? I don't have my calculator with me.
the assessed value, I also don't have to calculate. I
They're
apologize.
asking for 10,160,000. I'm assuming that's on a 9.5% cap.
I think when they, again, I just gotten this across my desk. I think they originally asked for a 10% cap rate, but I think a 9.5 is more appropriate. And I apologize, I didn't do
So the
that.
10.6 is 10%. Not 9.5. So I'm asking a letter here for that. Those are, the application for hearing.
I don't even have a copy of that. I apologize. It's embarrassing. Yeah, it's embarrassing. I just can't do the math.
Other than the age, you don't have any evidence to show that it's run down or in bad shape or?
No, we get some reviews from guests that say it's a little bit old. But even though it's old, we maintain it pretty well. But age-wise, no, just the number of years it's been there, and the requirements from the brand that it be different and that it be upgraded.
Can I just make a comment? We provide a replacement reserve, which is never included in the operator statements, to take into consideration that capital improvements have to be done each and every year. So we've given this property credit for capital improvements, whether they've been done or not in the past.
Does the assessor's office adjust for location away from downtown?
We use actual
And do-
performance.
Yeah, the actual income basically would be the adjustment for location. So if something in downtown is getting us 170 ADR and they're getting 144, that's your difference for location. And any other
Factor.
included in there, but I mean, again, there's a positive factor in the hotel business by being close to the airport. Not that it's necessarily as good as being in downtown, but there are positive and negatives to all locations. But I think that
That's taken
location
care of.
is reflected. Yeah,
So, so it really comes down to grade 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
And exploring that, as you said, the grade 1, 2, 3, 4. When I read this, grade 1, it says newer or recent major renovation. So there's not been a major renovation, so it's categorized as newer.
Correct.
Correct,
And then it's middle to upper range for class.
correct.
What determines if it's middle, upper, lower?
We use the STAR Smith Travel Research chain scale. And they classify each and every hotel as a particular class,
And how is this one
upscale,
upscale?
yes.
Within its limited service.
Limited.
Yeah.
Within limited term service, yeah.
So newer is 6 years.
Yeah, that was gonna be
Yeah,
my first question, what
yeah.
the definition of newer?
2019. That's what I remember.
That's what.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And it could be 2 if it was newer or recent renovation. That's 6 years. And then the low to middle range is again, the class. You're saying the effect as upper.
Upscale.
Upscale, correct, upper. In this definition.
I'm curious about the second option for grade 2, where it says or up to 15 years old or recently renovated, middle to upper range for class.
Yeah.
Couldn't this hotel fall into that category?
Yeah, unfortunately, the wording of these categories is not, what we're actually shooting for here is 15 years. The 15-year-old range. This property is 6 years old. And it's not approaching 15 years. We'll try to clarify our wording and the levels a little better for next year, but
So let's say it's not renovated. When would it move from grade 1 to grade 2?
as you approach 15 years.
As you approach 15, so it would be another 6, 8
Correct.
years.
Correct. Unless they, were able to show us that, there is, we need to do $4 million worth of work on this to keep our flag, that would be an indication that it's not meeting standards, but we haven't gotten any information that shows something like that.
But I thought that the capital reserves was supposed to solve.
It doesn't
Well,
involve everything there.
right.
It's a reserve for
Brand
replacement of
recognition
items.
is their choice because they have occupancy driven by their reservation system. So their brand choice and their PIP, it's all different for each and every brand. Some require every 5 years, some require every 7, some require 14 major. It just depends on the brand.
The IHG requires a major renovation at this point in the hotel life.
6 years, 7 years.
Anywhere between 5 and 6 years is when they start requiring PIPs.
And some of
They
this may
typically-
have been delayed because of COVID, because a lot of the hotel brands did delay the PIPs because of COVID.
And the full renovations are usually anywhere between 2 and 5 million, depending on the requirement. I don't have those numbers in my head right now, I apologize. We own mostly Marriott's, and this one is, again, a little bit less desirable than a Marriott or a Hilton. But it seems like the assessors are taking that into account, but
It wouldn't make sense to me to say like close to 15 years fits category 2. Based on the wording. And for 3, it trick, you can still have up to 15 years, so like 15 years or less for category 3. And then over 15 for the second part of category 3. And to me, it's just a question of whether we can argue that this ought to be fit into category 1 or 2. I don't think there's not really enough an argument that it should be a 3.
I agree. I think in a couple of years it could be a 2.
Well, if they renovate it next year, like they,
Then
then it'll be back to 1.
back
right?
1.
Yeah. I guess
I don't know how any hotel would ever get to 3 or 4. If they're gonna keep their flag, they would lose their franchising. But
Partially it depends on class, right? Like lower, range in class, I think is what they're identifying. But I understand your point. I mean, it seems like as this thing ages, it ought to be bouncing between 1 and 2, and if there's a PIP that's done next year, it never gets into 2.
I agree. I think the only issue is whether it's a 1 or a 2.
Who the other hotels, is this middle to upper range of class or low to middle range? Where are you compared to?
it looks like the Star Reports place us at
Upscale.
upscale. I don't know why.
Middle to upper.
If the
Yeah, middle
Hilton
to
is
upper scale.
1, where are you?
I'm sorry.
If it's 1 to 5 and the Hilton is 1, where are you?
I don't know that it's classified by like the brands, but I get your question. We're probably 3.5.
You don't provide near what a Hilton does, a nice Hilton.
So, right, so under the Hilton flag, there's several different kinds of hotels, right? So, well, let me use Marriott because I'm just more familiar with that. So if you have a Ritz under a Marriott or a regular Marriott, as opposed to in a Loft or a Moxie, some hotels have a full restaurant, that's considered full service. Some hotels just maybe have a free breakfast. Our extended stay hotel just has a free breakfast. We don't have a restaurant or bars or things like that. We have a little place where you can go if you want to buy like a bag of chips or you forgot your razor or something like that, but it's not a full service hotel.
But there are 2 variables that determine the cap, the level of service and then the
Right, the grade.
grade.
Mhm.
So, Bill, what you're addressing is addressed in the level of service variable, even if it's not addressed in the grade variable.
I would agree with that. If there's a limited service down lower on your paper,
Yeah,
we're considered limited service, so we're limited service.
that's already addressed.
Right, I agree with that, yeah. I was just answering the question.
So if I could provide for comparison. There are 2 hotels in the county that were rated as a 2. One was built in 2013 and one was built in 1962, but had been renovated. So, you know, this is why I'm, it's unfortunate the wording that we use in the grades of up to 15 years, because it's actually, you know, our intention really is approaching 15 years or older.
I can't speak to why the assessor assess other hotels a certain way. I can only assess our hotels. We can only go by the wording. We're not in the assessor's office, so we think by the wording up to 15 years includes 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, it appears to me you have followed your model appropriately. However, there is squishiness in your model in the up to 15. I think that needs to be redefined. And when the word medium or middle applies to 2 levels, that's squishiness.
Yeah.
And you've got to clarify that in some way, I think, in the future.
I agree.
But it appears to me, based on what you have presented, you have followed accurately and appropriately the model as it's laid out.
The Hyatt Place, not renovated since 2013.
Correct. They're in the process right now.
And where did the 15-year determination, like, why is that a break point if we're hearing that these things, need to be updated every 5 to 7?
Yeah.
True. So the 5 to 7 is really to maintain, and it's not actually changing at that time. So the point of doing those PIP or those improvements is for it not to actually get into a bad condition, so that it maintains the good condition over time. once you get to 15 years and you haven't done anything, that is, where we see as a cutoff of going to the next level. That a buyer coming in and buying the property would then have to put a lot of money into it in order to bring it up.
Yeah.
To the higher level.
I understand. I guess to me, it would make more sense to create some type of a qualitative measure of like functional obsolescence there, because I imagine there's some brands that like people still go to the Homestead, even though, it looks 100 years old. And some of the brands may age at different rates, depending on how things change, but I understand how it's set up. I think it's a closed case for me, but ultimately, I'm not sure the appellant produces enough evidence that to disprove the sort of the win by default by the assessor's office under the statute. If it were 2 years further, maybe even 1 year further out, I think I might feel differently on it. It's very close.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, broke 50% of 15 years. I would be more inclined, like if it was 8, 7, 8-ish. I'd be inclined to look at 2.
You identified as a limited service
Yes,
economy,
limited service.
where the 8.5 cap came from.
Is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to fund the assessor's assessment on property.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? Thank you very much for your
Thank you. I
presentation.
appreciate you hearing me. You guys have a great week.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry.
Okay, we'll hear now application number 41. Property owner, the property ID is 57142 and the owner is Peter Ernst, trustee.
And I believe Mr. Ernst has a PowerPoint, and I'm gonna put it up on the screen for you. But the board also has printouts of it in their meetings.
While you do that, can we take a 2-minute break?
Sure. We can adjourn, or actually, don't we normally just allow people to pop in and out?
We can, but,
Yeah, I'll hop in and out while you do it.
yeah, and make breaks just for that. And so.
Okay.
About 10 minutes.
Could be worse. Those were some big properties.
So you're having a 10-minute break?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I think we're just gonna pause for a second. You wanna just tell me when to change slides? Change it.
All right.
Way to do this on Zoom, then to project in the. It's to do it all through my computer, it all has to be connected, so. Turns me into the presenter.
Okay, I'm gonna swear you in, please. You raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, you have 10 minutes.
Mind if I stand up?
Not at all.
First, I'd like to thank you all for giving me this time. But I'll also say, I'm not against paying taxes. Love our roads or love our good schools. It's just, I don't think I should be paying as much as I have. So just as a brief description, which you probably all read, this property is located in Old Trail. It's on about a third of an acre. GIS described it as about 4,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. I would describe it a lot more comprehensively by saying it's bordered by an easement, which is a drainage ditch, which changes what we can and cannot plant on the edge or place on the edge of the property. It's adjacent to public trails that are used by hundreds of people each week. There's an entrance at the end of our loop on a private road. It's construction vehicles, emergency vehicles, still in the like the parking lot. The neighbor next to me is the open lot. Some of the builders were using it to dump their construction waste. That stopped, but they haven't really cleaned it up. Streets been dug up multiple times because they haven't finished it. Apparently, the last time was just a few weeks ago. When they do these things, they park a lot of equipment. Boulevards are damaged or unfinished. In our whole neighborhood, housing is quite dense compared to other parts of Old Trail. And it's just a different kettle of fish. Views are similar to other parts of Old Trail. They're very lonely views. I would agree with that. We don't have the maturity trees or all the finished houses. And as a ballpark, I think a fair assessment, if you had my house on Woodburn, I'd be somewhere in the middle of the highest and the lowest. Currently, I think I'm the 4th highest in the entire Old Trail development. And there's only 3 higher than me on Woodburn. 5 feet.
Oh, okay.
So this is Bishop Gate Lane and my property. So you can see the houses have very small lots. These are sometimes a quarter of an acre, not even a third of an acre. We have row houses, lovely neighbors, but I mean, the housing is very different from what I'm going to show you. And this is the lot next to me. So there's another neighbor up there, one across the street that goes to Lincoln Street. And this is piled with construction garbage. I'm going to sort that out next. Please. So this is from Zillow, a view from one of the houses in Woodburn. They also have nice views next to this. This is a lovely house. All the lots in Woodburn are roughly not quite double the size, a minimum of half an acre, but they're much larger, more mature trees, same lovely views. Next slide, please. And the entire community is a stunningly gorgeous community. There are no no multiple family dwellings, no apartments. It's a very private road and public community. Next slide, please. So this is our house. The lots described in some of the literature I got as being gently sloping from the front of the house down. Actually, it's quite a hike. Blacktail, we closed the deal to build this house in 2020. I closed for that amount. We had improvements and so on, and there was an assessment which I appealed, and that first appeal was denied. And then after I notified the county that I wanted to go through this process, all of a sudden it was reduced. I don't know why that occurred. This is one house I use as a comparable in Woodburn. Its last sale was after we had purchased our house. Not after it was constructed, but very soon. We closed in January, I think, of 23. Larger lot, much larger house, and its assessment was actually less than it sold for. It's not fictional and policy side. But I think comparing this kind of neighborhood to that, to our neighborhood, speaks to the different things. And the house isn't as large as either. And I think that we shouldn't be the 3rd largest assessment on, or assessment on on Woodburn. One with. Next slide. These are some of the other houses, get a quick look. Some are assessed for more or comparable amounts. But the point is, this just gives you a close-up of what this neighborhood is like. I don't think that it's fair to assess our house in this ballpark. Our neighborhood doesn't have the maturity, the house doesn't have the size of these properties. Next slide, please. This is one that just went on the market and I became aware of last week. Its last sale was in 2024 for just over $1 million, posting it a little higher now. It's larger than our house at 5,200 square feet. The lot is adjacent to open space. All of that's open space, ponds and mountains. Much like ours. The neighborhood is like ours. It's mixed. So there are townhouses and so on, as well as the single families. And it's assessed for substantially less than ours. Next slide, please. This is just a summary, which you've all read. I don't have to go through most of them. This was the last house I just showed you. Most of these are from Woodburn. But you can see that many of the houses are as large or larger than ours. And yet some of the assessments are substantially less than ours. I'm just trying to get into this one. I'm not saying oh, it's a high end. Next slide, please. Why did we pay more? And again, you probably read this, but my wife was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And we signed an offer with the builder, and the higher price was due to two things. One was the nature of the accommodations we needed for her condition and how it was going to change. And that led to wider access in hallways, porches, and so on, and doors, upgraded fixtures, a custom kitchen to try and match what we had in our previous house. So it would make it easier for her to recognize where things were. We finished part of the basement to be a caregiver suite. And that's actually was defined, the developer had to sign an agreement with her to use it for medical space, only for accommodating a caregiver. And all of these things added to the cost, which likely would be appealing to the next buyer, particularly, or they wouldn't want to pay a premium. And then we built our house during COVID. So if a builder was building a tract house during COVID, they build a house, say for $1 million, they decide what their profit margin is going to be, and that's what they sell it for. With a custom house, they have to guarantee and lock in the price at the beginning. Unknown to them is what how prices are going to change through the construction process. So you end up paying a premium so they don't take it on the chin. And I don't think we'd ever recover that COVID premium in the current market. Next slide, please. So the property record card also had a few things that got me thinking, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And first of all, there are a lot of lots available, premium large lots that are now being advertised for sale. So the competition is out there. I don't understand why my appeal of my assessment was rejected. Then all of a sudden it was reduced to a 5%. So the process seems to be a little loose. On my property record card, they described the basement as greater than 2,000 square feet, and I'm not sure what they're talking about in that measurement. About a third of the basement's crawl space, a third is storage, and part of it is that living area. And they described the living area as 3,500 square feet on the main floor. In Hawaii, it's described as over 4,000 square feet on the GIS. So just some questions I had. Speak to the fact that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So what I'm requesting again is roughly to be the average of Woodburn. The numbers are a bit arbitrary, but the point is I don't think it should be the fourth most expensive house in the entire development, most expensive on my street, given that our neighborhood is a premium neighborhood street that Woodburn is. And the only reason why we ended up building was because none of those properties were available when we were closing our contract.
for us, is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Right. So I do want to comment on a couple of things. First of all, we are not assessing property at the sales price, we're below the sales price. So if there is anything that was really not reflective in the market value based on the purchase, we were already below that sale price. And then something that
I
I
want to say something about that.
Let's let him finish and then you'll have opportunity for
Right.
that. Okay.
is that, you know, when we do a review, I'm hoping that we catch everything. So it doesn't matter if it's just our internal review, which we really want to resolve everything in our internal review. We don't want to go to the BOE and then find something we missed. So unfortunately, in this case, we did miss something. So there was a descriptive error in the property that we fixed, that we missed when we did the initial review. So I find that a little squishy that we didn't catch it in the first one, you know, but we are not perfect. So, but if there's no other reason for that, it just had to do with, once we looked at it and prior to this hearing, or, you know, as we we're preparing for this hearing, we found something that we should have found the first time. So of course, and based on that, we changed it. So it was basically a evaluation of how the basement was valued. And just the explanation of greater than 2,000, we found that larger basements are, you know, the economies of scale are not per square foot as valuable as smaller basements. So we changed this one to a lower rate based on that. That was one of the issues we determined it's all.
But that number, is that based on finished square feet? Because it's not 2,000.
No, that's the basement square, the overall basement. square feet.
Overall basement square feet.
And then I'm not sure that everything we value on houses, it's either above grade and it's included in the living area, or it's basement, whether it's basement finished or unfinished. We don't lump it together with the above grade finished area because it's not as valuable, even when it's finished. Even when it's finished at the same quality as the above grade, we found that it's not as valuable. So we always separate those two. So I'm going to look at why this might have been shown in GIS differently than I expected it would be. But otherwise, do you have anything to add, Jeff? You visited the property. So yeah, also this was a premium lot. The lot itself sold for more than $400,000 when I think the average for the neighborhood was in the $200,000 range. So this is
From the developer. to the
From-
builder.
from the developer to the builder, exactly. So this was a premium, and of course that is going to be reflected what they're going to charge when they build a house on it. But it's because it is a premium lot with the views and location. It's got the golf course down below. It's got the pond behind it. The mountain views. That yes, Old Trail. You know, a lot of properties have mountain views, but this one is superior. Choice to build on this line includes that. So we believe that, you know, the value that we're defending here is appropriate. It's below the sales price. So, you know, it's not that we're always above the sale price. So we're going to be below the sales price on half of the properties, and we're going to be above the sale price on half of the properties. I think it's probably indicative that we're below the sale price on this one because some of the issues that the applicant raised.
Burns, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of things. Was when Jeff came out, he did say it reflected the sales price. And so that's why I was using the sales price so much. He said it didn't reflect Zillow, and in this report, there are direct quotations from the Zillow document, which I didn't compose. Those are composed by the builder. But so to say we have custom cabinets is not true. In our kitchen, they measure the
cabinets, space, and they go to a fabricator and, computers crank out cabinets and they stick them in. That's how it was done. The tops aren't quartz, as they're, described on, Zillow, they're granite, which is a less here. Material. I think the issue for me was comparing the neighborhoods and, value of Woodburn versus other streets, like Claremont and ours. We just aren't going to command ever the same price on our streets as they can on Woodburn. And to have my house at the fourth highest assessment on Woodburn, I think is out of line.
Okay. Any questions for the assessor's office or the applicant?
I have a question for Mr. Ernst. You showed us a picture of a view that was from a neighbor's home.
That was from one of the houses in Woodburn.
But you didn't have a picture from your home. Of the view.
I had to do with my computer, sure. Good view. That I can't deny, but I would say many houses.
Well, I'm asking because the idea is that there was a premium lot. I noticed the discrepancy. The lots on Woodburn, I don't know the difference between Woodburn and Bishopgate, but
They're
the
all
lots are
big.
bigger and
Bigger tree,
Right, and
sugar views on the golf course.
they're,
Ponds.
valued comparably with yours, which is smaller lot. So that's what I'm trying to,
So the
good.
premium, I think, was again a function of COVID, that if people wanted a house, they were basically, it was a seller's market to put one up. And I'm not sure, there might be a seller's market for all of us selling in 5 years, who knows? But right now, I don't think it is. And, or last year, I don't think it was. And the street is an unfinished street. I'm not the only house on this. House with there's one beside me that's gonna be built. There's one on the corner on the same side that partially overlaps on the street. There's one across from me that takes the whole length of the street, and I can see 3 backyards. Plus, it has a walkway and a roadway that goes up to the end that has a gate. It's used as a construction parking zone. All the time I've had to phone the police because they blocked my driveway with parked vehicles or holes. I went to the fire department because when they park their vehicles overnight, there isn't enough room for a fire engine to get down the street. So,
do you have a picture of the view from your home?
give me a second.
Is there any adjustment applied for the sort of unique features that Mr. Ernst identified with the wide hallways and bathrooms? Was there any consideration to doing that? Why?
Those are not, I mean, we have houses that are. That include those types of improvements, but we don't have any information that shows that they value for anything more or less than any of the normal square footage.
Some of those things would make sense to me. Like, whether you have a bidet or not, lots of nice places do. But the specialty doors and hallways, hallways are they're like the least usable space in the house. Those were enlarged to allow a walker or a wheelchair. I would think that seems like maybe that should be subject to some.
How much are we talking about? I mean,
So the bathroom I affectionately refer to as sleeps 4, but it's 25 feet by 20. It's a big one. Yeah, to
in
make
the
those-
hallways, what's
the hallways are probably not quite 6.
Had to go back in and change your house?
No, they built it.
We built it. So we asked the designer, I went in there knowing that my wife was gonna have a limited time there before she was off to memory care and wanted to make that as long as possible. Yes, it's ADA compliant for sure. I don't think it is because of the stairwell, and we have, I think, 5 doors to the outside which don't have interior locks. So her wandering at night is becoming an issue.
What would be a standard hallway width, like
4 feet.
that's a substantial amount of square footage that almost no one is gonna want. the most compelling of the arguments here for me would be that that has some unique features that should be subject to some type of functional obsolescence adjustment. A small one in my mind, but that would.
The easement was also a hassle because it was undeclared before the plans were approved. So the house had to be adjusted and made a little smaller due to the easement, even though the price didn't change. That stage was fun.
I don't
That
feel
the easement for the access road in front of your house.
The easement is for a drainage, culvert. So they have a pump at the back, I guess, for the
Left of your house,
big part.
to the left of your house. Left
Yeah,
rear.
from the standing at the front is to the left. That's got
Left rear.
left rear is where the main drain is, but the easement goes, I think, 8 feet all the way down to the curb. Up to date on an angle.
Obsolescence.
That would be my feeling on it. I think the assessor's office has carried its burden to show that it's assessed at fair market value or at the same value as surrounding properties that are similar. I think their arguments are well taken about the nature of the neighborhood and ensuring that we've got comparables there. But there's no adjustment at all for essentially like partial ADA compliance issues or adjustments that would seem unusual to me, and I'd be inclined to apply an adjustment to that. An adjustment consistent with the scope of the changes, right? It's not fully ADA compliant and but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the larger hallways, bathrooms make you reduce the size of your bedrooms, living rooms, which is always the first thing they advertise for sale on property, size of.
We also had to
I
put
love
in
that
the basement living quarters for a caregiver, which necessitated a side door for fire safety.
There's a lot of situations where someone might want that though, including like, teenager area or mother-in-law suite. So to me, that one's still within the range of sort of normal adjustments.
Following up on that. There's a difference in what the assessor is saying and what the applicant is saying of about $300,000. About 100,000 in land value, 200,000 in the improvement. Let me address the land value for a moment. When I look at your comparables on Woodburn, they're larger lots. A half acre versus a third of an acre approximately with same value. But when I look at the assessor's comparables on Bishopgate, your same street, the lot sizes are actually smaller than yours, but assessed at the same value. How do we explain that?
I'm only here to represent myself.
Well, then I'll ask the assessor. Do you see what I'm saying? In Woodburn, you're talking half acre lots. The applicant's about a third of an acre, but then on his same street, there are lots of about 2/10 of an acre, but they're all the same value. On land only. I'm just looking at the land right now.
Right, so first of all, the Woodburn is a different neighborhood. It's Upper Ballard. And it's assessed separately from what we call Old Trail Single Family, which is this neighborhood.
But it's part of Old Trail.
They're both part of Old Trail. They're both in Albemarle County, but they are different neighborhoods. So and they have different sales that are used to determine their values. So and to answer your question about the
comparables on Bishopgate.
the comparable lots on Bishopgate, basically there are 4 properties along below. Sorry, more than 4, there's like 6 properties here. that all have a premium. Golf course and if you can see it up on the screen there, this is the premium. The views here for all of these properties. They've got a 40% increase in their lot value.
Even so, the lots are smaller, but they have the
But
premium.
they have the premium, correct, correct.
Okay,
And then these on the outside have a smaller premium for having the open space behind them. And then none of these have the premium.
So the 4 or 6 that you got the largest premium on, they back up to a lake and golf course. A common area that looks like it's a park of some sort in front of it,
It's a walkway. Public walkway.
the park.
So
where the
cursor is.
The half circle arc.
Right here?
The arc.
No, inside the,
Oh, inside here.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's a park, yeah.
I mean,
where's Woodburn in relation to the?
It is,
Upper Valley.
for balance up here, right?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. I mean, it's sort of an arbitrary slice, I suppose, in my mind, but that would make us the most expensive assessment in all of Old Trail. That's not Old Valley, which again, I think is a bit of a stretch. And it not only is it the highest appraised, it would be substantially higher.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if we agree that the current assessed value of the land is accurate, then we're down to a difference between the applicant and the assessor of 200,000, getting closer to what our chair is addressing on the home improvement.
I mean, I agree the land is. There's a premium that those lots deserve. So I think it's not, I'm not concerned with the land. Like you said, like you were hinting at. But it's an adjustment for the functionality of the actual design, large. I would call it an inefficient use of the space for typical residential. Yeah. So I mean, is that 10% less efficient? Is 5% less efficient? It's kind of our job to try to put a number on that if that's what we want to do. Which I'm not opposed to. I mean, I think you're gonna put your house on the market at some point, or somebody's gonna put your house on the market, and it's not gonna be as appealing to everybody else in the general market.
So I think to me, it's a small adjustment. I think I would start at 5%.
Of the improvements.
Yeah, improvements on them.
I'm not sure if you can see this, how well you can see this, but this is the plans. If Mr. Arms can confirm.
It is.
That was the original plan before the easement was builder knew about it, was trying to ignore it, and I think pushed back on the county. The county didn't yield, so we had to change the design of the house, and the house is smaller in that plan. So that plan is not what the house is. Price didn't change, but the plan changed.
Is the general layout the same as the?
Generally, it's the same, but
Two
if I may,
hallways here.
if I may. The easement goes this way. And so this all had to be stepped back in stages. With some of these rooms made smaller on the interior to accommodate, which was at the front, close to a 6-foot step back.
But you was mentioning the hallway. Is that a 6-foot hallway on the drawing?
Is this the hallway you're referring to?
Yep.
So I want to give you a kind of scale, if you're talking about an adjustment for the hallway, just to see how much you're talking about it affecting.
Is that the only hallway in the
But
house
the
that's affected?
main accommodations were bathroom size and getting a shower that you could build something into. The hallways and making sure that this whole access area was easy
you know, walker, wheelchair. So, stairs were irrelevant, going down to the front rooms, less relevant.
So you have like one central corridor, plus the bigger bathroom.
So this entire area is bathroom and closet. And so that was signed for my wife, so she could get a chair in there or a walker, whatever, pick up whatever she needed. And that was the bathroom with the accommodations of a large shower, large commode area, and sinks and stuff. But that's, as I say, was about 20 feet wide.
Yeah, I just end up feeling like we can't assign that 0. Seems inappropriate to ignore it completely and say that it matches market. There ought to be some adjustment for it.
And to lower the assessment on the improvement by 5% would be about $65,000 approximately. I mean, I don't have a way to determine how accurate that is, but it seems reasonable.
I'm not sure you could get it back to where it ought to be for $65,000. The cost of things today.
I mean, I'm not opposed to 5%. I think you can make the argument the bathrooms actually. You should see the size of my wife's bathroom. So. But I mean, I'm okay with 5% on the improvements, which like Freeman says about, actually 5% is 67,405 if I'm doing that on the.
I just did it in my hand.
One, yeah. The one, is it on the 1.348 or?
It would be on the improvements only, and it would actually, I put it in already, you'd have exactly 1,514,100.
So
Total.
1,000,005, say it again.
514,100.
That still would be the highest in Old Trail and quite a bit higher than that one I showed you on the Claremont. The views are very comparable. It's a nice area.
How old is that house on Claremont?
I don't know, I'm guessing 8 years. I think age to a house is meaningless. The adage in real estate is location, location, location. And I can show you 100-year-old homes in this country that are tens of millions more than mine. And so they're maintained.
Our last meeting, our last meeting, we had, was it a 15% for something that was in that range, 10 years reduction? Okay, there was like, we have an age, average condition, average.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a used car, like a
But,
10-year-old
well,
used car.
no, it's not, it's based on the condition, not the age. So I mean, you could have an old house that's, you know, been completely newly renovated, so it's not, it's how people take.
Yeah.
I mean, age is not really.
What was
It's
the
not,
I'll make a motion that we lower the assessment to 1,514,100, which is a 5% reduction on the improvement value.
There a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, passes unanimously.
who's second?
Who's second?
Bob.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna take 5 minutes.
Sure, yes, so we'll take a 5-minute break, adjourn and then start again.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna pause the recording.
All right, we will reconvene. Meeting of the Board of Equalization. Our next applicant is application 7, Richard and Monica Chila, property ID 32784. Will you, both of you be speaking today or just one? Probably just
one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and swear you in then. That's all right. Okay, and ready to swear you in as well. Or were you here?
You haven't been.
Yeah.
Okay, could you both raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes to present your case.
thank you very much. I'm Rich Chilla, my wife Monica. Thank you very much for the process. So when we received the assessment, our basic contention is that the assessment does not reflect total fair market value. Well, we think is value too high in this area. So we provided comparables for 5 residences that sold in the year 2024 in Highland Ridge, which is the neighborhood that we lived. You looked at when I looked at the realtor's records on the average selling price per total finished square foot, it was about $257 a square foot, a minimum of 231 and a maximum of 278. While our assessment was closer to $320 per total square foot, so considerably above what those in the neighborhood. When we received the packet from the Board of Assessor supporting the higher assessment, the assessor's office used our costs. However, their packet compares the value of the improvement based only on the finished square foot above grade. Okay, and they show that, for example, that our home was based at $250 a square foot, only counting the square footage above grade. Whereas the range for the comparable home was like 234 to 302. All 5 homes in the comparables, all of the land is valued the same. So what we're really talking about is a difference in the improvement. All the land is equal to $275,000. But by looking only at the total square footage and assessment for the square foot above grade, this analysis assumed that the finished space is below grade, which is essentially contributed 0 to the actual sales prices of these homes that were used in the comps. But these homes, these finished basements, these are not just average finished basements. These are entertainment spaces. These contain wine cellars, contain walkout patios, because this the Highland Ridge area has grade away from the home. So many of the basements open up to patios outside. So for this reason, we did not feel it reflected the fair market value. So for comparison, in the attached spreadsheet, which I brought in today, I made the assumption that a typical home buyer might value these finishing spaces. Yeah, they're not going to be valued the same as a square foot above grade, but they're not 0 either. I made the assumption, what if they were valued at half of what you would value square footage above grade? If I do that calculation, you would get that the average square foot per bin lot plus half the value of the finished basement would be 193 a square foot. And ours is valued at 250 square foot assessment. So if we apply the average, our improvements are at 675,586, or adding to the land value, that's a value of 950,586, which is considerably lower than the assessed value for the assessment. The logic behind my argument is, if we had 2 identical homes in my neighborhood right next to each other, same square footage above grade, but one had an entertainment room, a bedroom, a bathroom, a walkout patio, there's no way those homes would be valued the same. The home that had that finished area would be valued more than the home that did not have that. Anything else?
No, I mean, also too, I think this maybe was captured in our initial submittal, but you know, we
If you
have.
want us to consider your testimony, we have to swear in.
Oh, sorry,
All right.
just tell you what to say.
You-
I do that anyway.
You can swear you in real quick.
Okay, sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think this may have been captured already in our earlier submittal, but we do have a lot of builder grade finishes. The primary bathroom has these tiny white squares, you know, not subway tile, not the big field tile, but the little ones. That's the whole bathroom minus the floors. That's the primary bath. Our cabinetry throughout the house, all gray, that white, vinyl, but the technical term is oil. So I've been in these other houses. They're not builder grade, I assure you, and I'm saying that under oath. So, I just think these things have to be considered, and
Okay. Thank you very much. Assessment office?
So, first I wanna, just wanna talk about the comparables that we provide in our analysis. The applicants, in not just this case, but in all cases, will provide comparables. And typically, it's a list, so we try to just provide it in a, so you can see all the details about those properties, and then you can kind of make comparisons. Instead of just saying, okay, these are sales that happen at their sale prices. So it just allows you to say, this is what it's sold for, but these are the differences, and it's superior and it's inferior, and that's typically always the case. There's something inferior and superior about different properties. And that's the same thing when it comes to, in these cases, all of the comparables had basements, finished basements, and yes, the finished basements are typically nice, and as we discussed earlier, just not as valuable as the above grade, even though it is nicely done. So this allows you to kind of see that, yes, this should be adjusted down for that fact that those sales had a basement and that is finished. And not that there was no value for that in those houses, but that, you just have to compare them that way. But there are also other differences. The first one is a one-story. Now I'm talking about comparable one in the owner provided comps. It's a one-story, so it actually would be adjusted down per square feet per square foot as a when compared to the subject property. A two-story would be adjusted up, so comparable number two is a two-story. And Mr. Mitchell, I know you've said before you don't know what a 1.25 to 1.05 is, so basically in our model, anything that falls between that ratio, we consider a 1.5 for assigned rate. Yes, so when we adjust for all those differences, we see that, or we believe that this property is adjusted properly, and that the value is not out of range when you look at the sales. Now, we also provide you the sales that we believe are appropriate to compare to it. We also provide some equity comps that are the same model. So that and on the same street. And we believe that also supports it, but also let Dana talk to the grade of the property. Because all of these are not A-graded homes, so we're not talking custom built interiors. But when it comes to the B+ grade and what the applicant is talking about, builder grade.
Two of us visited the property for the review inspection. The other appraiser is not present today, but we did discuss it, and we had noted built-ins, volume ceiling, a volume foyer. There's a large walk-in storage area on the second floor. There's finished area above the garage. We did not change the grade, but we did feel that it was graded accurately at a B+1, based on the features of the house that we were able to observe. We measured the exterior and confirmed the square footage, confirmed the room count. We noticed the items that Mrs. Chilla called to our attention while we were there at the house. We did make a note of that. We the photos. And we do, consider that the house is properly graded at a B+1. It doesn't have a basement, and in looking at the equity comps, right there on the same street, basically in the same block, we did have some similar properties, very similar models, a couple of them. And in separating out the improvement value and dividing by the, square feet of finished living area, we found that the value for this property is really right within range and we consider it to be accurate.
And then just add that to that, because we add value in our model for the basements, and the basement finish separately. Just because there were no sales of properties with no basements in the year in 2024, that doesn't mean that they are not being treated properly, not having a basement, as opposed to properties that do have basements. The model takes that into account. And, obviously in previous years, there were models that sold without basements. So, it's not required that, or it's not even expected that you're going to have every aspect of the home represented in the sales every year. But it is represented in the model, and it does value the properties based on those differences.
Let me ask a question, just to clarify. The dollars per square foot, how does that reflect the difference between finished basement, not finished basement? Is there a formula, in other words?
The value would not really a formula, but you would expect the value per square foot to
Be
be
lower.
to be higher on a property that has a finished basement as opposed to a property that doesn't have a finished basement. Because we're still talking about the total value of the property divided by the square footage above.
Yes, right. So in other words, if I've got 2,000 square foot above ground and no basement, and my neighbor has 2,000 foot above ground and 1,000 foot basement.
Right.
What's the formula to calculate the lesser value of the basement, but still add?
So we're gonna, and I'm gonna just throw some numbers out there. We're gonna value that 2,000 above grade square footage in both houses at, let's say, $100 a square foot. And then we're gonna add maybe $50 per square foot for the finished basement or the total basement on the one with the basement.
So the basement's 1,000 square feet, you'd add 1,000 times 50.
So, yeah, and I don't know what the number.
I understand that part.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would make the dollars per square foot go down for the one that has a basement. Compared to the one that has no basement.
When you make that calculation, yes.
Well,
Would increase the assessment, but reduces cost per square foot.
Right.
It's a lower cost per square foot on that basement, but if we're now at the bottom of this grid showing the total value per square foot, you're gonna actually see $200,000, and you're gonna show $100 per square foot average at the bottom. Then you're gonna have $300,000 in the second example with the basement, and you're gonna see $150 per square foot per 2,000 square feet on the comp. So you're gonna actually see a higher per square foot rate at the bottom on that property with more improvements or better improvements or
I
whatever.
feel like we talk about this at every meeting.
Yeah.
Why can't we just have above ground and below ground numbers that kick out on these assessments? What do you have, $2,000 at $250 a square foot? I mean, 2,000 square feet at $250 a square foot, one line item, and then
Right.
basement line item, 1,000 square feet at $150 a square
So
foot.
you're talking about, you would like to see how much contributory value each of these things adds? Is that?
Because that's,
Okay.
it's the constant argument. It is always, it seems to me, it is always well, what is my basement and how much it is, and you add it to
How
that.
much is finished, how much
Right,
is
yeah.
unfinished?
I mean, unfinished would be like a third, and
We could.
And it would make it easier for me.
Right.
To evaluate these numbers, you know. I mean, I think it's possible to do that. I mean, I think you're doing that. It's just not showing on these reports. Is that fair?
We are definitely doing that,
Okay.
yes. And it's not showing on the reports.
And another column. Row.
Okay.
Sorry,
I have a
row.
question.
Another row.
Your house assessed at $250 a square foot? Is that what I read here? Is that on here,
$250 a square foot of finished above grade, but 100% of.
well,
my
I mean,
house is above grade.
down at the bottom here, it says, investment value per final square foot. Your house is 250 to 1842 Island is $302 a square foot,
Correct.
now
Correct, but that's-
$249 a square foot.
That is correct, sir. But they're only looking at that calculation is only based on the finished above grade. It neglects the amount of finished below grade.
They didn't give you any credit for not having a basement.
Sorry, sir.
And give us credit for not having a basement.
Right.
It's not a question of, and Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know that they haven't got their 3-minute rebuttal in case they wanted it. Okay. But to answer the question though, it's not a question of not giving them credit for not having a basement. It's we're not adding value for them not having a basement. So if there is a basement, we add value to it. So if they don't have a basement, we don't have.
But you're only dividing the value by the finished square foot above grade.
That is absolutely right.
That's
So,
the
and this is only to represent it all in the same way across the board. And we're not saying that these comparables don't have basements. We're just saying that when you consider their per square foot.
But it's
are
hard,
used,
it's hard to
you
extract
have
that
to know
out
that
if you
they're
don't
not-
have that number.
Yeah.
To extract out from, getting old here, 302 to 250.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Even appraisers these days don't put necessarily dollar adjustments on their appraisals. They say this is inferior, this is superior, and they'll say at the bottom, okay, this is adjusted up, and this adjusted down. So, but we can provide it in any way that the board would like to see it. That makes it easier to.
Same conversation. Please, if I may.
Well, you technically have 3 minutes left for rebuttal if there's anything further you'd like to add.
Yes, please, thank you. As the assessor pointed out, they did do an analysis of similar homes on our street without basements. But as the packet notes, none of these are based on actual sales. They're just comparing us against other assessed values. So we're not comparing, we're not saying that we are treated unfairly with respect to these similar properties. We're saying we're treated unfairly with respect to actual sales that occur, and therefore our homes' actual fair market value is lower than what the assessor has calculated. As I said, just to finish, all the properties that sold in Aspen, unfortunately, none of them had no basements. They all had basements, but they all their range was all between 218 a square foot and 295 a square foot, and we are being assessed at $320 a square foot. I still contend that our improvements are too high.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
So maybe you could check me on this comp 3 that I provided. I picked that one simply because it's the closest, and no, it's not the closest. It's a B+1. So I guess we can do comp 2. But if you just assume 250 per square foot is the value, that's what theirs is right now for finished above grade, which means I'm going to say finished basements is worth $125,000 a square foot. again, just for simple math. And I take out their finished square feet of 1,430 in comp three. At $125, it gets it down to 980. 950, like pulling the basement out, like it magically disappears.
So Mr. Mitchell, we.
But I know that you got
I was gonna say, we assessed that basement at $42,000.
42, which is what? 42
It's
divided by
partly due.
1,430, $30 a foot.
Yes,
So not half.
sir.
How about comp one?
One.
These are your,
That is 62,000 and change.
62.
For the
I'm
basement.
doing finished here. 122.
It's the total
Eight.
basement value finished again.
All right, well, this one came out to $50. It's a much larger unfinished basement. So just to make the closer one is it's the 1540 to 14. There's not even 100 square feet that's unfinished on comp 3. Comp 2, it's about 1,200 square feet unfinished. I mean, comp 1. Comp 2 is about half. I mean, I'm trying to find one that's almost 100% finished, I guess is my point. Comp 5, how about that one?
Right around 41,000.
It's 32. So you're in the 30s. We're fully finished.
Ultimately, the way we look at it is if you take their sale price, you subtract off how much the value of the basement is. Then you have to make an adjustment for the fact that comparable number three. That's
Well,
larger.
I get it. It's just like-
all of those, comparable number one is smaller and have to be adjusted up. All of those differences you would get to the Chilla's assessment.
Well, I mean, the key here is when it comes to basements, the two comps that you've given us, they're within $2 or $3 of each other of the finished basement. So being treated quote unquote equally. To me, I think so if I took, I mean, doing the math that I'm asking for. It's like in the future reports, I mean, it's 32. You said no, it's 32. So comp 5, if you took the basement value out, it would say that your house should be worth. 1.8, 1.08. Which isn't far off.
And it's got 70 extra square feet. You adjust it down slightly so it comes close.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a B1. I mean, it's got an outbuilding though. What's the outbuilding? $53,000 outbuilding. What does your neighbor have cost?
Well, I think it's going to pergola.
Is it a pool?
Oh, one of them does have.
I think this may be at Don's house.
Oh, it's at Don's house. Don
It has a wood workshop that looks like a garage from the outside.
I mean, if you pulled that out, you'd be right there at this system.
Yeah, they have a pool. Pergola pool.
Improvements, yeah.
Anything further from that board? I think it's a margin of error. I'm okay with it.
I know if I tried to put my house up for sale, I could not ask. the assessed
And we would
price.
never get that price.
I actually disagree with that statement.
That nobody wants to
I
bid.
know that they, I think they could get that right.
Well,
And that's what our.
well, that's
I- I
part of the
wanna make it
problem.
clear
Nobody
that it's-
moves.
I want to make it
Prices
clear
go
that
up
that is
everywhere.
what our value reflects, is what we think you could get when you sold yours.
As of January too, right? There's a lot
Yeah,
of things that
exactly.
happen in the
Exactly.
economy over the last 5 months.
Snapshot. If I'm reading this right, the sale price in 2022 was 910,000. So value now is up, what, 10, 11, 12% in the last 2.5 years?
Island Ridge went up 24%.
Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't get that amount of money. I agree. That's not an outlandish increase for the last 2.5 years.
Well, there's somebody in our neighborhood who has a house that Diane, whose house is for sale, no basement. They've had to drop the price.
And
And
next
you're
year,
gonna drop it again. It hasn't sold. It's been on the market since March 3rd. And so we'll just come back next year with that comp.
I mean, the assessments went down a couple of years ago, right?
They did,
Yeah.
they did. You might not need to come back with that comp because
Yeah.
we're gonna be using that. If it sells, we're gonna be using that
If
as
it
a comp.
sells. Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, we understand that the last 2 years were quite impressive in sales, so we understand that the value did go up. So,
On balance, I think we had a very favorable assessment the year before this one, at least. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that seems like fair market value or rough. Seems like the assessor has not made a mistake in the way that they've applied the mass approval techniques, which tend to be pretty accurate for this neighborhood. Is there a motion?
I move we affirm the assessor's assessment of 1,034,200.
Is there a second?
second,
Thank you. All in favor?
Uh,
All opposed? Okay, the assessor's assessment is confirmed for application number 7. Until next year.
thank you.
Thank you.
For coming in.
Thank you for your time.
But don't root against your neighbor for getting a good price for their house.
Yeah.
All right, next application is number 40. Property, the parcel ID 25951. Owned by Ashley R. and Jeremy S. Clark Hefner. Ashley R. Hefner and Jeremy S. Clark. Anyone who's not testified already, raise their hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the oral and documentary testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, good news is I have no arguments about above versus below grade, so
Thank you.
they should be happy. This is pretty straightforward. Main point being, we requested a reassessment in 2019 and 2023, and in both of those instances, they found that our home did not increase at the same rate of the neighborhood. Because lack of renovations, the age of the home, deteriorating systems, there have been no renovations completed. So every time we've requested them to come out and do a personal assessment of our property, they've found that it does not increase at the same rate that the neighborhood does. So point number 1. Point number 2, In 2024, there were 2 homes in the neighborhood that sold below assessed value. One of them was very similar to our home. It's 100 Northwest Lane. It was assessed at 565.6. It sold for 390. The result of that sale price was because of the deteriorating nature of the home, the lack of renovations, the age of the home. The second home that sold for below value was 108 Northwest Lane. It was assessed at 500.1 and sold for 553. Both of those homes are similar to ours as far as single level home on a basement, some finished, some not. Lack of renovations, age of the home is very similar. Third point, the main sale driving this increase in the Key West neighborhood is one property that sold for 1.1 million. It was assessed at 769 last year. And this property is across the neighborhood from where we live. It's completely on the other side, drastically different home. Many renovations were done, but that one sale is really what's driving the increase in the neighborhood. Historically, our home has gone up 5 to 8% per year. Every year we've owned the property since 2017. We're requesting an assessment of 618. That would reflect a 10% increase, which is on the high end of what we've experienced year over year. And the 24 to 25 rate increase proposed by the county assessor is 18%. So it's just historically not following what we've seen. The home increase year over year and the pace with the neighborhood. We would have requested a reassessment by Danielle as we have in prior years, but some of our neighbors had requested a meeting with Peter, who kindly agreed to come and speak to the neighborhood. Some of us were mistakenly under the impression that we may see some changes at that meeting. Peter was very forthright and told us that it would not be happening at that meeting. And so we were past the deadline to file for a reassessment, I suppose you call it, a review, as we had in previous years. So that's it. Historically, we've gone up 5 to 8%. And every time Danielle's come out to look at our property, they've found that it does not keep pace with the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry there was misunderstanding over, of a review versus coming and talking about a neighborhood, but certainly our review deadlines are set in county code, state codes. That was an
That's our
unfortunate
mistake. That's our
understanding.
mistake. Yeah.
But you still have the opportunity to come here. So I do want to point out, the fact that we did an inspection in 2019 and 2023 and we changed it is actually a good thing. I mean, we are willing to absolutely change our assessment if we find things that indicate our description is not correct. And that's what happened in 2019. We found a description of the property. I think square footage was a little bit different, and there were some other issues with the property that we adjusted for, I believe, condition at the time, and we reduced the value in 2019 due to those changes, not because of we felt that this house should change differently in the neighborhood, right? That it's always driven based on the description of the property, and as long as we've got that description right, our assessment is right. And what we did then was correct our description. In 2023, what was already kind of on the verge of between average and fair condition went over the edge, and there was enough support in 2023 to say that this house was actually in fair condition instead of average. And we talked before about what our average means, what fair means. Fair means there's things that need to be fixed, not just some, the property is getting older, it looks a little older with wear and tear, but actual systems that are not functioning or at the end of their life. And that's what we did in 2023 is we found there was a difference from 2019 to 2023 that would cause a change in our description. Had we been aware of it already, we would have assessed it originally based on that. Again, that doesn't really reflect any difference between how we treat the neighborhood and how we treat individual houses. When we did a recent inspection, or Danielle did a recent inspection, she found that there was no difference in the description that we already had with the description that, there is now. It's still fair condition. So we believe we've reflected all of that properly in the value. There are 4 sales in this neighborhood. There is one that, defies logic as to how much money was spent on it. That was the one on Vincennes Lane, Vincennes Court. However, it is a arm's length sale. It's included in our group of sales that are considered for the neighborhood. And all 4 of those sales are used to determine our rates and adjustments for the neighborhood going forward. So, and then we apply that to everybody within the neighborhood. This is a really desirable neighborhood. It's not too far out of Charlottesville or outside of town, yet it has that kind of rural feel, has these larger lots in this rural area. It's kind of center of, that up 20 in that, what's that? And yeah, and it's close to Pantop, so it's not far, but it feels like you're in the country. So it is a desirable neighborhood. It certainly has older homes and has also newer homes. And did we treat that difference in those homes appropriately? I believe we did in our model with the depreciation for the older homes, the extra depreciation for property being impaired. And all of those criteria being taken into account. This property does have a pool. So of course it has value added for the pool. So we believe all of that is appropriate. The applicant mentioned a few sales, that renovation, but I don't know what those are.
These were in 2024. I don't know why they weren't listed in that review, but 100 Northwest Lane. Sold for
100 Northwest Line.
108, you mean?
108 was the other sale I referenced. 100 Northwest Lane. And 108 Northwest Lane. It was sold for less than the assessment, and 100 Northwest Lane is the one that's closest to our property as far as square footage, footprint, and layout of the home. And that it's a single floor on a full basement. At the time, it was not renovated. At the time of sale. It was aged and deteriorating like our home is. But that's the closest comparable to our home. I believe it sold towards the end of 2024.
Sold in May.
Okay. So no, a year ago.
It's that house, and then there was another lot right next to it.
Yes.
Sold with it.
That's right.
And then it was renovated after.
Yeah. After, yes. Uh, 390, it was assessed at 565.6. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking to Dan.
Oh,
I went to the property and they already gutted it and were working on it when I went to the property after the sale.
It was invalid because
It was invalid because, yeah, and it was a change after sale too.
Why was it invalid?
It was an invalid sale because it actually included two parcels, not just the one parcel.
I wasn't pulling that.
Plus, at this point, the assessment is based on the renovation. So it's invalid in comparison to the.
Well, the 565.6 assessment was the 2024
Well,
assessment.
I agree, yeah. So I believe that we weren't aware of the condition. So,
Sold for in the threes and had 2 parcels for that sale price attached. So presumably
so it's even worse.
Yeah.
So how would that change the average for Key West if that was incorporated?
If that was incorporated, that would be, just added to the values here, it would adjust the.
The sale also did not have any market exposure. There was no MLS listing.
Yeah, so.
It was sold to a person of like fixer upper company.
It was sold to an LLC.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know the
there are other
situation of the sale.
criteria to be an invalid.
Call the number on the side of them.
I mean, like I buy houses type of thing.
Yeah, I buy junk
And
houses.
a lot of the times when those houses are sold, they sell for a lot less because they're gonna be renovated.
Sometimes they're,
I mean, that can be considered distress.
those are. Considered distress.
Value
The
that
owner had deceased. So the owner
families just.
wasn't selling it. I don't know. I don't know who took over the sale.
That's a prime situation. So, yeah, we have to separate out those types of invalid or non-market sales also. If it was a good market sale, then it would have a higher assessment ratio, and it would probably have caused us to adjust the market down a little bit, the adjustments. I just don't believe it is
Is this market all Key West?
it is all Key West, yes. Key West and
Cedar
Cedar
Hill?
Hills, all together, yes.
But that road you go in,
Yeah, it's
it's all the same.
There's-
So I don't think I gave you, a designated time for rebuttal.
Rebuttal.
Anything else?
I'll just bring to your attention again, the 108 Northwest Lane, which is not the property he was just referencing, that also sold for below assessed value. It was assessed at 500.1 in 2024, and it sold for 453. So that was about 50,000 below assessed value as well, and similar age, similar condition of the home compared to ours. So two examples, one may have been, classified as invalid. For 100 Northwest Lane. But the other one was a valid, as determined by the assessor, valid sale that was included in his comparables. And the only other sale that really is driving up our market was that one abnormality that went from 1.1 million on the other side of the neighborhood. That's really increasing the property assessments this year to 18% on my own. When it's historically been 5 to 10%, 5 to 8% per year.
I was, this is for Pete, how do you got this? You got two sales in this market. That did skew the market. One is this assessing point for 1.1 million, is that what I
1.1.
wrote down? And then we've got this one that was distressed and or somebody, predatory purchase was.
But that one wasn't considered.
Right, that's what I'm asking. I mean, how do we, why, tell us why you took the I'm gonna call it predatory sale out. Why would you discount in some way the $1.1 million sale?
Because it was an arm's length advertised sale, it was a market sale. I mean, yes, it sold for a lot of money, more than maybe anybody in this room would probably pay for it, but it's only one contributory piece. It's not dependent upon.
You could argue that what I call predatory was arm's length sale. It's part of the market.
It's arm's length and the fact that the two
It's
parties
part
are
of
set.
it happens.
Yeah.
Like,
This
is an average.
but it's not out there for anybody to bid on. So you have to have, market exposure really before it becomes a market sale. I mean, that house is now for sale for $925,000.
Completely renovated.
Yeah,
So-
what do you, I mean, well, how do you deal with like, I sell to my child at a reduced price?
Not arm's length. I mean, that's classic
Family.
non-arm's length
Yeah.
because you are related parties.
All right, that's fair.
I mean, that's.
So
getting,
I also just looked back. These are two market sales, albeit one wasn't advertised. Those are things that happen in the market. And you should take all the data points or adjust them accordingly. Like,
So,
I mean, that 1.1 is a big hit to that relatively small market.
It's not a big hit effect on this. Let's say
Fine,
we
big.
ignored it,
We need
it
to
would
find
be,
big.
it would be a 4% difference.
So 4%.
4%.
It added 4% to the market.
You could look at it as adding 4% by including it. Yes,
How many sales in that area last year?
there were 3 others, or 4 total.
Four total.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you.
And only
Uh,
4%.
Two P.
Yeah,
What's that?
Your home is graded as B1. And the 108 Northwest is C1. Do you agree with that? That there's a difference in the quality,
I haven't,
condition?
I haven't.
What's the difference between B1, C1?
B-1.
C+1, C+1. I haven't been inside the home, the 108 Northwest.
It's the finish is better than the straight B.
Is it the finish or the condition?
No, that's, oh, I'm sorry,
It's a
it's a
B-.
minus, okay, it's worse than the average, and it's not condition, it's the finish of it, it's how
Okay.
many.
Quality
How many
of the
finishes?
start with,
Yes,
not the condition.
correct.
Yeah.
So then
condition
her
is fair.
home's condition is fair right now. What's the next on either side? Good or?
Average would be better
Okay,
and poor would be worse, but poor is totally non-functioning systems and
okay,
lots of problems
okay.
that would exceed what is wrong with her house. So we did, provide in addition a 23 sale of a 1-story that also supported valuation. But those are the sales that are available.
So just to recap, the 2019 and 2023 adjustments that she got were a result of change in the condition or grade.
I think there was a square footage
Oh,
difference.
that's right there. Square footage difference and then condition change. And you didn't find anything, and there's no wrong numbers or condition difference.
At this point, yeah, I mean, we reviewed it twice. I'm hoping we wouldn't find anything additional unless the condition had something had actually been changed. So, in 2019. Found that only half the basement is finished. We changed the grade from B-3 at the time to C+1. And finishes, so we reevaluated the grade. Changed the finished basement square footage. And the finished basement grade. All of that was changes from 2019, from whatever time we had looked at the property before. And then, like I said, in 2023, the only difference we found was that it was in a little bit worse condition. I got it over on average.
I'm looking at the assessor provided sales comps on page 4. Where you have 3 comps, 327 Key West, 122 Bolingbrook, 7 Vincennes. You see what I'm looking at? That has thrown out the one that's high and the one that's low and looks at fairly comparable.
Correct. We wanted to provide 1-story or split level that
Yeah.
is as comparable as possible.
And they all sold within the last year or two in the 625, 650, 660 kind of neighborhood. And they sold a little above, a little below assessed value, appraised value. Just, depending on which one you look at, a little above, a little below.
the biggest difference I see is the fair versus average plus. How big a difference does that make?
Well, it's a percentage adjustment. So I think that maybe the best way to explain it would be if this property were in average condition, it would be assessed at 732.9.
What's that per square foot?
So that's $60,000.
So the fair has brought it down by 60,000 in your model. And that's been considered in the appraisal.
Correct. It's about $29 a square.
But you're also seeing the sale price of these comparables that are in average condition or nowhere near 730.
Agreed, and she has a point. Again, you have to compare everything. So things that are superior in her home, you have to adjust those up, and vice versa. So it's hard to look at one item and just pick it out.
Yeah. Yeah, but these are the three that are closest to the subject property. The others are out in left field or right field.
How much is the pool worth?
We have 30. Right here. 31.1 for all of the outbuilding items, the pool, the patio.
Right, but it's larger, it's more square footage. Living areas. And that is in the top three.
It's $15 a foot for the pool. Because the other comps don't have pools, right? I mean, they have outbuildings, but not.
Just say that seems kind of low, in light of what it would take to pour the concrete and build the pool. I know that's not exactly the analysis, but like 30, that just seems low.
If you're looking for the best example of cost does not equal value, the pool is.
Yeah.
Really?
You mean the hole in the ground that you throw your money in?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly right.
I don't see a compelling reason to change this.
Yeah, this one's tough. I feel like probably the assessor's office would agree with me that the data that you're able to muster in support of this one is not as strong as what you're usually able to do, just because it's more limited. And we have those two kind of weirdo sales, but I still think that it's by preponderance, or assuming that the assessor's valuation is correct, which we must do. I think that there's not enough evidence to overturn it.
My main point of contention with that is simply that we included the anomaly sale for over $1 million and did not include the anomaly that was on the low end. And that's not a fair assessment of the market.
You didn't use either one of them.
He did.
No, we did.
He used the 1.1 million.
We don't see them as the same.
I understand that is a little bit troubling to me as well, because the nature of like a invalid sale is a little bit opaque.
But as David said, it is part of the market.
You said it was worth 4%.
Just thinking that through, I mean, we would have to convince ourselves that that number was more compelling than the rest of the data, or combined with other things, that it was more compelling than the rest of the data. I think I could see valuing it to some degree, probably lesser than an arm's length sale, but that doesn't really get us home to find in favor of the appellant.
I mean, this property is being treated just like the rest of them.
Well, but that wasn't the basis of her appeal solely. I think she also. It's A, right? Appraised it more than its fair market value. I think we technically have the ability to say it may be an invalid sale to the assessor's office, but it's valid to us and we know the value of it. But I would feel like I was getting out over my skis on that because there are reasons that that's probably not very probative of fair market value. I mean, those wholesale companies are in the business of getting
Right,
those things at below market value.
and now it's for sale for 900,000.
Completely gutted and renovated, top to,
Renovated.
tip to toe. And we don't know how it was sold. I mean, unless you have record, we don't know that it was a, predatory company, that it wasn't a private sale.
We only know what we
Yeah.
know, and said it was not listed for sale like a normal property.
So we can't speculate on how it was purchased if we don't know.
Well, we
were
kind of
working-
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't listed and for public access, then they're permitted to assume that it didn't command the highest market rate.
I mean, a family member goes up in LLC. All that the rest of their family.
That's true.
It could be a lot of.
Anything could have happened.
Yeah, I think just about the only option is that, the only option I'm willing to exclude is that that was sold for the highest possible price that like a public buyer would have paid for it, right? Almost every other explanation involves a discount. Anyone have anything else they want to ask or comment before we proceed to a vote? Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion to affirm the assessor's appraisal or assessment at 663,500.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you. We have someone here for application number 48, Gerald and Ruth Shea.
You haven't seen Mr. Shank. If you just look out in the hall.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
How you gonna calculate?
What do you?
He called me to ask about the
How
key,
are you gonna calculate what change would be?
and I called him twice. I'm assuming. Can you move on to the next part? I'll update this for everyone.
So,
Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
swear you in, are you Mr. Shea?
Yes.
You raise your right hand. Do you promise, in giving your oral and documentary testimony today, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You have 10 minutes to present the case, up to 10 minutes.
Morning, Peter. Hello. Paul, is there a realtor in the group?
Bill.
Commercial realtor.
Commercial, okay. Is there an attorney in the group? Okay, great. And I assume you're kind of the leader, is that right? Or whatever you want to call
I'm the chairperson.
them. Okay. The past 4 years, my property taxes have increased 80%. This year, my proposed property tax will increase 28%. With these tax rates, my wife and I have decided it's a good time to sell our property. We contacted 2 real estate companies. They both came out to evaluate and price our property. After examining the house and walking the property, they asked, "What price do you want to list it at?" We replied, "We want market price that the tax assessor evaluated, $1,137,000. Both realtors at separate times replied,
Well, you've got two problems. Number one, your neighbor has a junkyard on his property that is spilling over on your property. And two, your neighbor has two structures that are on your property, and he has a driveway that is 100% on your property that he's always parking cars on. And I quote, potential customers that are going to spend well over $1 million don't want to have a junkyard on their property and have a neighbor that is encroaching with structures and a driveway on their property. You're probably not going to get that price that you want. And I guess I would ask the realtor here, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So in talking to him, I said, well, what constitutes a junkyard? What constitutes junk? And they both said, if you go to the county website, under Code of Albemarle County, Chapter 18, zoning, Section 3 definitions, Section 3.1 junkyard. A junkyard means any land or structure used for the abandonment, bailing, collection, dismantling, maintenance, recycling, sale, salvaging, storage, or wreckage of junk. So what does junk mean? The same code, section 3.1 definition, and I'm quoting. Junk means any scrap, discarded, dismantled, or inoperable vehicles, including parts or machinery thereof, household furniture and appliances, construction equipment and materials, tanks containing drums, and the contents thereof, tires, pipes, wire, wood, paper, metals, rags, glass, plastic, food, and related types of waste material. So a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'd like to pass this around, if you would. And Dana, I've walked you down to the property a few years ago. And you've seen the property, but it has really deteriorated since you've been there. The owner has turned it into a rental property. And there's probably 7 or 8 tenants that live in this property.
They live in one dwelling?
One dwelling. They rent rooms. So in my neighbor's junkyard, there are 4 semi-permanent storage structures and or sheds. 1 semi-trailer, all storing junk. One of these structures is a carport and a driveway that is 100% on my property. There are also many piles of open junk on his property that contain over 65 violations that you can see from the pictures that specifically were referenced in Chapter 18, Section 3.1, definitions of junk. In the piles of open junk, there is a rusted camper top from a pickup truck, 2 rusted mufflers, a sofa, bed springs, 4 broken windows, 3 broken doors, 12 discarded tires, 7 open gas cans, 3 15-gallon drums, 4 large trash cans filled with garbage, multiple broken chairs, old lamps, 2 window unit air conditioners, an open trailer full of carpet, a rusted lawnmower, a rusted tiller, pallets,
various metal poles and multiple rags throughout. In conclusion, I do not feel it is right or fair to have the county raise my property taxes 28% when my property value is negatively impacted by the junkyard that the county is complicit in not taking any action to enforce the obvious violations. I ask everyone here to put themselves in my shoes. Would you like to live next to a junkyard and have that junkyard extend over into your property? On one hand, the county is trying to maximize my market value for tax purposes. And on the other hand, by not enforcing the county's laws, they are significantly bringing down my property's marketable value. I do not feel I am being treated fairly by the county according to the laws of the county code. Peter, with all due respect, I do not feel there is any sense or reason in wasting our time with your comparables. By definition, comparables means like or similar. And none of your comps have like or similar junkyards encroaching on the property. Therefore, I don't agree that you should be able to use them as comparables to my property. Before voting on my appeal, I would invite everyone here to make a quick trip to visit my property to see the junkyard for themselves. Thank you.
If you want to see these pictures.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shea, in looking at your application, you don't include the number that you're requesting for fair market value. So what are you asking us to do?
I asked the two realtors that came out, and they said you're probably gonna get somewhere between 950 and $1 million.
And is that, do you want to submit any apportionment between those numbers, between land and improvements?
Just total. They mentioned just total.
Well, I understand, but it might be helpful to our ability to understand your argument. If we do, like, are you challenging the market value assessment of your land at 261? Or are we talking specifically about the improvements? And that would eliminate a piece of the point of contention that we don't have to go into if you're not arguing about the land.
I'm arguing about the total value of my property.
Okay.
So if you went to last year and you upped the property value by 5% on my property total, I would say that's fair. With a 5% increase on the total value of my property, which includes the land and the building itself. From the realtor's opinion, they felt like this would drag both of it down. It was hard to segregate. Is this only going to affect your land? Is this only going to affect your house? Or is this going to affect both? It's so close to my house, so close to the property line spilling over. It's going to affect both, is what they said.
Okay.
And they specifically said someone that's going to spend that kind of money is going to be more particular about wanting a junkyard there and having to deal with a neighbor that's already encroaching with structures and a driveway on your property. They're not going to want to spend $1 million to get into that kind of a problem.
Sure.
When the community development department is not doing anything to help their zoning, to help me with their zoning laws.
Gotcha. And on the encroachment, is that risen to the level of like prescriptive easement or?
Is past that. There's the easement is 6 foot. I have structures that are closer than 6 feet, but not on my property. But there are 2 structures that are probably 30 feet on my property.
How long have they been there?
Really just since the last couple of years. As I mentioned,
I took Dana down there, what, 4 or 5 years ago, Dana?
It has been a few years. I
And you
haven't
saw the
looked through it.
condition that, you saw the condition at that time.
Yes.
And it has deteriorated significantly since the property moved into a rental property. And there's probably 7 or 8 people living on that property now.
Okay. Thank you.
May I ask you who the realtors were?
Well,
That's okay if you don't want to.
Yeah, I
know a lot of realtors out there, you know. and-
it's 2 big companies
It's okay.
that you would know, but I didn't
Yeah.
specifically ask the realtors if I could use their name today.
No.
That's why I've invited everybody here to come down to my property and take a look at it. I've got the pictures here,
Mhm.
but
And-
if you,
And they thought it would sell somewhere between 950 and $1 million.
yes, which would be about a 5% increase from what the assessment was last year.
Today. They
Or,
thought they could put it on the market and sell it in the
Correct,
present condition
correct,
with the junkyard right beside you.
correct.
reference, can you show us a picture of where his property is, where the junkyard is?
Oh, it's right there.
Which, the lower part there where the red is?
You can't really see it.
Property next door.
That's right there. Oh, yeah, right there, okay.
All right, so the blue line, is that?
Now, wait a second, wait a second.
Blue line is his property.
It's not gonna be exact, but that's within.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay.
That's it right there. This is the one that I said is probably 30 feet on my property. This is the carport that he built. It's probably 10 to 15 feet on my property. This is the driveway that he built. It's 100% on my property. Cars are parked here constantly and in my property. But that is it exactly.
So have you, who reported this to the county?
I hear you. Could we let the assessor's office go first and then at the end?
Yeah, let Peter respond and then.
So, all due respect to Mr. Shea, I don't think, him talking about what a couple of, real estate agents said really is probably something you should accept as testimony. And, you know, I have lots of questions about this property myself. I don't quite understand why property rights don't matter and this is actually improvements made on his property, why nothing's been done about that injunction or something. That's up to Mr. Shea to answer, but and I have no idea. We've got no information as far as I know on actions taken. But this is the rural area and you have properties, I mean, forget about incursion on his property or anything like that. You do have properties that'll be next door to $1 million homes that aren't the nicest looking homes. And that's what happens when you have no restrictions. You know, this isn't a neighborhood like Keswick Estates or Glenmore where you have lots of restrictions on anything you can do. Having said that, we do adjust this property for the junk over on the side. There is screening, as you can see in the picture, there's screening from the home. You can't see the property when you're at the home. You have to get on the somewhere other part of the property to see it. But we do adjust the land value by 5% for that, and we adjust the improvement value for differences in some issues within the house. Including, and we include a 5%, another 5% adjustment on the house for that, the junkyard next door. So we are adjusting for it. I find it hard to believe, actually, I don't know the timing of the real estate agents. Maybe there'd be a different answer now than there would be last year. But again, we're talking about information that's available as of January 1st. So if it's information after January 1st, it's, you know, not something you can really consider. The idea of it, obviously you can consider, you can see what's next door. I just don't, statements like you couldn't sell this house for more than $1 million in a rural area those kinds of statements aren't really very helpful if you're talking about that. So we have lots of sales, Mr. Shea, we've been talking to him for 4 or 5 years, every year about his house, and in some of those years, we had less sales than we do now, and these sales that took place are probably the most comparable to his home. You're not gonna find a junky property next to every sale, so it's not like you can have that kind of comparable. But, we feel like we've adjusted for that. And we've continued to adjust for that over time, both in the improvements and the land. Otherwise, we believe that the property is well supported.
Well, just to comment on that, Peter, 1 second. Does anyone have any questions for the assessor's office before?
I do.
Okay.
So you're saying that you reduced the total value of the land and the improvements by 5%
Correct.
because of the junkyard?
Just from that.
You said the
And
land.
you think that if the junkyard wasn't there, it would only bring 5% more?
Yes.
Good.
I mean, because we're not talking about, properties this wide. This is a 6-acre parcel with a screen of trees in between the home and the property.
I understand that.
So we don't think it's something that would reduce the value by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I guess there's like some question in my mind whether it should be adjusted based on like an unlawful use. I mean, that like, presumably that will eventually be resolved.
You would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't gotten any information on, action or complaints to community development, zoning enforcement. We don't have any information on that, so we don't really know what's been done.
But you're not disputing that it's there? And
Oh, no,
that the
no,
pictures
you
are
can see it
accurate?
in the picture, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Shea, how have you pursued any action against your neighbor?
Well, for years, I've been dealing with him, asking him to clean it up, move this, that, and the other. I get a lot of lip service and nothing ever happens. So 2 years ago, I don't know, when he turned it into rental property, we did come down and talk to the county about it. We didn't know at that time if you had to identify yourself or not, because he is a very, how do I want to say, aggressive type individual with a rap sheet and has had the police down there a lot. So we decided not to pursue anything at that time. It continued to deteriorate. So finally, about 3 months ago, my neighbor on the other side of him, who really looks into it, just had enough. And now community development has a new system where you can go online and log the complaint, but do it without putting your name in there. She did that. The community development people drove by.
Mr. Chair, can I just remind you this is being recorded. It's an open meeting. You may want to be thoughtful about what you say to the extent that any of this is intended to remain anonymous.
You mean with my neighbor?
Anyone.
Oh, okay. So from what my neighbor went online and on the other side of 2285, logged the complaint. Community development people drove by. I don't know if they got out or not, but they did not walk the property. They called the neighbor back and said, we couldn't get the neighbor ahead of time to get his permission to walk the property line. Therefore, we don't feel like it's a legitimate complaint. So at that time, about a month ago, I went online with community development, made the same complaint, zoning laws, junkyard, et cetera, et cetera. They called me back and gave me the rendition that they gave my neighbor. And I said, that's totally wrong. If you don't walk the property, you're not addressing the problem. So they did say that they would try to come to my property, not get on his property and view the problem there. And somebody would be contacting me in the future. And I've not heard from anybody. So I've logged a complaint and my neighbor has logged a complaint and nothing has been done with the pictures you see.
Is it fair to ask, have you sought legal representation?
Well, I will. The problem is I was trying to be a good neighbor. And until I sell it, I can work with him. But now that I want to sell it, it's a problem. So I'm trying to go through the steps that the county has with their ordinance and their zoning laws to get them to do their job, to clean it up, so I can sell it for market value. If they don't, then this becomes a protracted problem with the community development county people, I will get an attorney. But I'm not to that point yet. I'm hoping I can save myself a few $1,000s by getting the county to do their job.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal, Mr. Shea. 12:18.
Once again, Peter, or to everyone, I don't believe the comps are similar and are fair to me. None of the comps, I drove by all the comps that he provided. And none of the comps have any form, shape of a junkyard or property that's encroaching like mine is. So I don't believe it's fair to use those. They're in nice neighborhoods or isolated or whatever, but there are no junkyards on the comps that he's using. That's
Okay.
my conclusion.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? So my feeling on the encroachment is that that's kind of like an interim use, that it's like a temporary condition that until it becomes permanent and sort of runs with the land, I don't know what we could do on it. I also don't, I think we need to be thoughtful about inviting complaints about what neighbors are doing with their properties and how unpleasant it is for like the subject parcel. And that looks like a never-ending stream of like very subjective complaints that really gets away from the foundation of mass appraisal. With that said, I also consider the assessor's office, having already heard these complaints and determined that they had some credence and that they've applied a discount on it. So I don't want to ignore that either. I think the applicant is requesting essentially 20% or 18% discount, maybe 17. As opposed like beyond the 5% that's already been applied to the land and the improvement. And that just feels really aggressive to me for a situation that ostensibly the applicant has the expectation will be resolved by community development or zoning. So those are my thoughts. Curious. It's an interesting fact pattern. I'm curious what others think.
It's a 15-ish% reduction to get in the middle between that.
I think we need to do something. 'Cause, if I was looking at that property to buy and I saw that, I'm running the other direction as hard as I can.
Can you see the junk from your house?
I put up a screen of trees, pine trees. But from my back deck, you can see through the pine trees and you can see the junk. I mean, the limbs and everything, you can still see the junk. And certainly when you're out in the yard playing with my grandkids, it's very apparent then because it's only a screen that's probably 7 trees maybe. So when you get further into my property and you're out, like when I'm mowing or playing with the grandkids, it's very visible at that point.
Is there a noise problem as well?
No,
With the tenant? Okay.
don't have a noise problem. Now, I did a couple of years ago. But believe it or not, there's no noise problem. At least not until good weather comes and we'll see.
Mr. Beard, you can see the screen.
Yeah.
I sympathize with your problem. You have a real problem that needs to be addressed. This is not the venue to address it. I don't think lowering the assessment is the way to handle your situation.
Well, the only reason I say that is it's supposed to be fair market value, and that's definitely gotta affect the fair market value. As long as it's there. Now, once that's gone,
And that
then it
is,
could reflect the fair market value at that point, but.
and I think that's the way to address it.
But it's not gonna be gone for a year, I'll guarantee you that. In talking to the community development department, it's an entire process of them first of all, they have to do the site evaluation. That's taken 2 months and we're still not there. Then they ask the owner to clean it up. If that doesn't happen, within 30 days, they send a letter. Then they get 30 or 60 days to clean that up. If that doesn't happen, then the county attorney gets involved and sends another letter that says we will start proceedings within 60 days or so. So it's probably a year to 18-month problem. That's gonna be here for 2025. I agree with you. Maybe this isn't the place to take it, but it is affecting my market value this year. I'm inviting everybody to come down and take a look at it.
I don't know whether I ought to say this or not. But I want the assessment on my property to be as high as it can when I want to sell it. Because that's what people gonna look at. If your property is assessed to 900,000, they're not gonna offer you $1 million unless they really want that piece of property.
But they're not gonna offer me what the assessed
I
value is
agree
right
with that.
now.
I agree with that.
So what good is it gonna do me to jack it up and somebody comes and says, well, we're not gonna give you that?
So just
So this
tell
is
them-
gonna take at least a year or 18 months to get it back to market value because the county is not doing their job.
Well, you actually haven't asked them to do the job yet. You haven't done the process. right?
Yes, I have. I've had a complaint.
Okay, so then they are doing it. They are
The
responding.
process has started.
Okay.
They have responded by not responding, saying it's not a junkyard.
Yeah.
So now I have to get them to come to my property because they say they can't get permission from the owner to walk back there.
So it sounds
But they
like,
haven't met him yet to try.
yeah, so it sounds like the process is in play. I mean, I think like. the
I'm
issue-
trying.
Yeah. I worry about the issue of like waiver here, like, you realize there's an encroachment. It's been permitted to exist on the property, like, to some degree, to the extent that that's affected property value, it's sort of self-imposed. Similarly, I think with the unlawful use next door. I think I just end up agreeing with Frank that like, this is not the proper tool to resolve this. To the extent that you feel strongly that this should be reduced, you ought to feel like literally 110 times as strongly about actually getting the unlawful use fixed. Because if you were successful here, you'd reduce your yearly taxes by 0.85% or whatever the tax rate is of the difference in value, but the cost of the junkyard is, right now they have it at like 60,000. You're arguing for 160,000, 150,000.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to get straight for the record. This is not a junkyard.
Yeah.
This is a junkie house.
Yeah.
Junk property.
I understand.
Well, what do you think the junkyard was from the code that I read?
But he's saying a commercial junkyard versus
Yes.
somebody who's
It's not an official junkyard.
Okay.
not a business.
Mr. Shea's been complaining to us for 5 years. I'm kind of shocked to find that he hasn't been complaining to the neighbor or to the community development for 5 years.
Well, if you remember, the complaint 5 years ago was with another neighbor on the southwest corner. And we got that cleaned up. Remember, Dana?
I do.
So Peter, let me correct you by saying, 5 years ago, it was a different neighbor, it was a different junkyard. This is the
This
current,
property was exactly the same in 2020.
well, I would
And there,
debate that.
there it
with
is
you.
on the screen. This is from 2020.
When did you plant the trees?
2000.
That, and I mean, the 20 years is the question that you're trying to get at is if somebody uses your property for 20 years and you don't officially tell them to stop,
That has
they
not
can
been,
own the land.
I know,
Okay.
what you're seeing
I'd
is
be
not
worried
been there.
about that if I were you.
All right, well,
That has not been there for 20 years. That's what I'm saying.
Picture is from 2010.
Okay, you see,
That picture is from 2007. So we're getting close to 20 years.
I'd be worried.
What's,
Did you own it back then?
yes. Well, you can see the carport, but you don't see the sheds. You don't see the magnitude that it is today from that.
So I think if there's an actual diminution in like the acreage as a result of adverse possession or prescriptive easement, we should resolve it, but there's no evidence before us of that today.
And you know, you may not like it, but they did reduce by 5% everything because of the existence of the P shed, whatever you want to call it. They're not ignoring the existence of it, but they have done, they being the assessor's office has acknowledged there is some diminution of value.
So it would have been 33% instead of 28% in 1 year.
I don't know the exact math on that, but it's probably pretty close.
I think we're confusing different things.
Okay.
This adjustment's been on it for years.
Right, that's what I was getting.
So,
Sorry, yes.
so it wouldn't affect the changeover from 1 year.
Wouldn't change the percentage.
Right.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
I would move to affirm the decision of the assessor for the reasons contemplated or discussed.
second that?
All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, before you take the vote, I wonder if you should, he's kind of made a request for the board to come out and see his property. Should you make a motion or a vote or just a comment about whether a site visit is necessary based on ability to see the property's rear area photographs?
I was thinking that that had to be done a certain time. Maybe.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
I'll double check.
But in case you wanted, if you can make a decision on that now, just to make it clear.
My perspective on that, I guess, the table with the previous motion is, I have a good sense for what the property next door looks like. We have colored photographs and high resolution, and we have satellite imagery. I'm not sure what would be gained by driving out there personally.
I agree. I don't doubt the applicant saw the pictures. I don't see how we would benefit by going out there.
Okay.
I don't doubt what he's telling us.
Okay, so is there a motion as to the to grant or deny the request to take a view?
Say again, I didn't.
Is there a motion as to whether to grant or deny or something else, the request from Mr. Shea to personally
Okay.
step foot on the property?
I move that we don't go out for a site visit. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I like the word not necessary. It's just not necessary.
All right, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion to inspect the property is denied by the board. To return to the motion that's pending, which is to affirm the assessor's valuation of the property, $1,137,100. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right. One opposed. The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Shea. Yes.
You kind of lost me, so I guess, I mean, it's.
Oh, is that?
So.
Yeah.
Stay out the hall. Yeah, well, that's when you go there. Plus, I love to hear. He's on the police. He doesn't get to
It's
say.
gotta do something about that.
I'm not telling her.
Get it surveyed, go to fact.
No, you know what, I think he was really.
Scared them out.
Yeah. Scared.
It would take me 20 years.
I know, but so these, our house. Driveways on.
I'm sure Dana had to step out. There's structures over there that would probably put it out building permit.
Of course.
I mean, this could have been.
It's all sure.
Right.
You start with.
But they're not assessing.
The assessor's representative will step out for a moment, so we'll share this be a few minutes before we begin. Yeah. This is.
It's on the property corner.
Although.
Yeah, look at all. I can't really.
That's the only one who's ever had
instruction.
Yeah, survey. I just whatever. He's there always. The grass. It's like Christmas. They get isolated.
You go like.
So I was like, well, I've got conversation here. Not like, oh, I take it, but I wrote him a letter. I mean, he's got,
You're a-
to get past the year.
Right.
It's a permissive use. But it would make me laugh to see you actually take it back to the day less tax. Completely used.
That was my.
Okay. Thank you, 20 years. Just for all of you. I realize we can. I was one point.
Okay. We're now ready to hear application number 34 for parcel ID 32777. 197 Aspen Drive. And owners are Michael and Nancy Morton, trustees. Mr. and Mrs. Morton, are you here today?
Yeah.
We are. And will one or both of you be providing argument or testimony?
I'll be speaking.
Would you mind if I swear you in? Sure. Do you promise to give through your oral and documentary testimony today, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
To the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Sure. And I was going to speak from the page that I handed out to you guys, so you all have a copy. I wasn't sure how many to bring, so I might,
Yeah.
hopefully I didn't. Do you want a copy?
Yeah, I don't need.
Okay. So, as I'm sure you saw, we had an appraisal done by Woody Fincham. And he used the 6 comparables that are shown in the top table. And so the first three data columns are the tax assessed values. I'll pay the most attention to the total value on there. And sale price is the next data column. He also provided an adjusted sale price. And the intent of that is, it's I'm sure you guys likely know, is the making adjustments for any differences between our property and the properties that are used as comparables. And the ratio column in the far right is just the total assessed value over the sale value, and gives a sense for how closely are the assessed values matching up with the sales price. So I'm going to focus on the adjusted sale price first. And you can see that all of those fall well below what our tax assessed value was. And for reference, you can see our tax assessed value in the third table that I showed on my handout. And they're bouncing right around the average of $1,080,000. So you can see that all of those are consistent with our property being assessed over its actual over its actual value. There's been some recent sales in the neighborhood, and those weren't included, of course, in his appraisal because they weren't completed until after his appraisal. And you can show that those relatively consistent with what we were seeing with the adjusted sales prices. Those are showing one was showing the assessed value as being about 12% over the sales price. And the second was about 8% over the sales price. So our property, we believe, based on the appraisal that was done, we believe that it was assessed around 11.7% above the actual value.
Okay. Anything further?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Are you prepared, Pete?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prepared to proceed. I know you're prepared.
I am. So as we provided in our, we don't believe that the comparables were actually adjusted properly in this appraisal. We don't agree with the conclusion of the appraisal, or that it should be relied upon for valuation. And I'll point out why. But so I don't know if first of all, as we put grades on our property for quality of improvements. And all of the owner comparables, the comparable that were included in the appraisal and that we just presented, they're very similar. The subject is B+1. The comparables, all except number 6, are Bs or B+1s. They vary in size. Some are much smaller, and some are a little bit smaller. One is only 120 square feet. So we don't believe that actually that difference in size has been appropriately adjusted for. If I remember right, we're on our 8th appeal this afternoon. So the appraiser used $75 per square foot to adjust the differences in those sizes. None of the sales, and it's, sometimes you can't bracket your property with sales that have something that's superior and inferior. So it matters what sales are available. So it's not, we're not saying that sales were chosen like this, but the sales that were available were just all smaller than the setback. So it makes a big difference when you're adjusting that per square foot amount how much you're adjusting that per square foot amount. Because typically you would have something larger and it would bring it down and the smaller ones would bring them up. But in this case, you know, with the fact that the property is ranging in value per square foot of $240 to $302, that $75 per square foot of adjustment is not appropriate, not satisfactory to bring these up to where they should be. So that's kind of the biggest part of it. If you were to adjust the comparable properties at a more appropriate, let's say $150 a square foot, still not, you know, you don't adjust it at the full value per square foot, but you also need to do something enough to cover the difference. That would make a big difference between what the appraiser came up with and what the true value of this property is. Obviously, because they're all smaller, it would increase all of the adjusted sale prices. We also found that there were huge adjustments for energy efficiency and solar panels. We have not found in the market that there is an increase in sale price due to those items. We cannot identify sales that show us that you should deduct if you don't have this, is what I'm trying to say. So the fact that they were adjusted 5% for these items, we think is excessive. I mean, if they're adjusted at all, they 5% is too much. And again, these are negatives that were being given to the comparable properties that brought them down to make their adjusted sale prices lower. There were adjustments in the appraisal for quality construction that we don't see any support for. Comparable number 5 was adjusted down $56,000 for quality. And this is what I was talking about. We were B+1 with all of our sales, except the 6th one, which was superior, and which is actually not adjusted for quality. So obviously we don't agree with the appraiser on the quality of these different comparable properties compared to the subject. Comparable number 2 is adjusting down 59,000. Comparable number 3 is just down 56,000. So again, we disagree. These are reductions being made to the sale price of these properties that are bringing them down, bringing the adjusted sale price down below where we believe this the subject property should be. I haven't missed any. I mean, overall, those are the points. When you take all of those adjustments that should have been higher increasing and were too large decreasing the adjusted values, we feel that it makes a substantial difference in what the actual, what was determined in the appraisal and what the actual value of this property is. So we believe that, you know, you really shouldn't be relying on this appraisal for that reason. Dana, do you have anything to add on that I missed on?
Wanted to call attention to our pumps number 5 and 6 in the appraisal Mr. Fincham carried out. And we had made a note here in our report that the 2 homes were identified in the appraisal as being the same model, same square footage, very similar throughout. And if the adjustments that he used on those were actually correct, they should fall to the same adjusted value, and they do not.
So we have some support that shows some market support, actual fair sales support that shows that there is no reduction in value due to not having the solar compared to a property that does. And then I just wanted to make the point, as the board is already aware, the 2 recent sales that the applicant provided, they took place after January 1st. Be considered this year for valuation, but they will be considered for next year's assessment. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions for the assessor's office?
Okay,
I do, well, I just wanna make sure I'm reading this right. They all say Q2, very good, but some have adjustments and some don't. Is that your point?
We don't understand that either. Yeah, my point is that he's adjusting for things that we think are similar. We're not sure how he's,
Well, it's also just, if they're all Q2 very good, why do they all have adjustments?
that is a question, yes.
And the scope of that adjustment is also considered to be unsupported.
okay, we have time for 3 minutes of applicant rebuttal.
Okay, I don't have an independent way for determining what the appropriate adjustment should be for square footage. I was relying, of course, on Mr. Finch.
Of course.
And we trust his professionalism. If the number was too small and the square footages were low, then it would have actually been adjusted.
Yes.
So it would have brought them up higher.
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying that the adjustment was not enough.
Correct.
Okay, Vic, you had made the point about the two properties, 5 and 6, as having the same square footage but different adjustment amount. But they show, for the square footage, they show the same.
Yes, he's identified those two comparables as being essentially the same model. So those two houses are on the same block. They're very similar in size. They're similar in their features. If his adjustments were correct and had been correctly applied, then those two very similar houses should have had an adjusted sale price. Should have been very close together, but they're not. They're $46,000 apart.
Well, there were other factors though that he was rating it. He was rating it's different, like the contract dates were different and he adjusted for
And
that.
once you adjust for that, you bring them up and then
Number of bathrooms, below grade area.
it looked to us that either the quality adjustment or the solar panel adjustment was inappropriate.
Yeah, I can't speak to those specific
Just
numbers,
based on that match.
but the square footage that you pointed out was the same adjustment for both. And we didn't use the recent sales for establishing the value. We didn't use those as comparables. We used those as establishing the fact that those were assessed at a value that was above what their sales price was. And both of those were in line with how much we think the assessment value was too high for ours. We think that ours is too high by around 11.7, which is in between those two. One of those was 12.1, and the other was 8. So it's right in between those two, which is consistent with his appraised value.
So just so you know, if, let's say hypothetically, if there are 10 sales that take place this year in Highland Ridge, then if all 10 of those are assessments are above the sale prices, then the values for Highland Ridge will be coming down for next year, because ultimately we need to have the median be at the sale price. The median of the sale prices is the median of the assessment ratios is what we're aiming for next year. So those two sales might be 2 of 10, but are all 10 going to end up being below? Are those only going to be 2 out of 10 that are below? I mean,
Yeah, we're not arguing that two are.
I'm just
we're not arguing
explaining that
two
how
are
they're
absolute proof,
right, right.
but they are consistent with our contention that ours was overassessed.
Correct.
Yeah, you know, every single one of the sales prices and the adjusted sales prices are well below what our assessed value was. And 1817 Highland Creek Drive, the second of the recent sales, is virtually the identical floor plan as our property, but it's got full, a full complete basement. So it would be
Which one is that?
expected to.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about?
1817 Highland Creek Drive.
sales.
It's the second of the recent sales.
Oh, all right.
We're not allowed to look at
Yeah,
that.
I was looking.
I'm just saying it's consistent with our property being overassessed.
But we can't consider it at all for any purpose because it happened after January 1. Those sales will be part of next year's assessment.
Okay, but I just want to make the point that every single sale price, completely ignoring the adjusted sale price,
And
is
if you want,
below what our house is assessed for.
okay, if you would like to give testimony or, you know, ask questions or convey a perspective, I would need you to swear in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that that the testimony, both oral and documentary that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And I understand you're pointing out that, hey, all of these numbers are above the assessment.
Are below.
Below the,
Oh, see,
The actual sales prices of all of the comparables are below what our house is assessed for.
right. Do you understand the assessor's objection to that, though, which is that Mr. Fincham valued the square footage at a third of what we,
No, but I'm talking about the
She's talking about the
actual
raw
sales
sales
price,
Yeah,
what
but-
was received by the owners for their house, the money, the market value.
right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So actually, the answer to that is all of these houses are smaller than the subject. So,
in comparison, 3 is a little bit smaller, but it's pretty close.
right.
Well, I mean, notwithstanding that, like, Mr. Fincham has professional certifications and is a licensed and qualified appraiser, is there a reason that you would ask us to accept his assumption of $75 a square foot for the adjusted square footage? Because I'm not inclined to accept that unless there's some justification for it, because the number that the calculated number, like even his calculated number overall is like well north of 200. So why would we value the extra square footage for the adjustment purposes?
Like I said, I can't independently justify or verify. I don't have a regression model that I can apply that. I can calculate that sort of number from. We were relying on Mr. Fincham's
Sure,
professional knowledge.
I understand, and I'm not asking you to give me an alternative unless you want to. I'm just saying, it looks to me like the square footage for these properties is worth north of $200 a square foot, but Mr. Fincham applied 75. The assessor's office pointed that out and said essentially, like, we don't know why he did this. It doesn't make sense to us. Is there a response to that? I guess is the what I'm seeking.
We were relying on Mr. Fincham.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And do note that property number 3 is not that far off of ours.
Okay. What about the note number 1 by the assessor's office that the subject property's effective age is 15 years? In comparison to the actual age of 37. Do you agree with the assessor that the actual age of the house is 8 years as of January 1?
It was built in 2017.
Okay. Well, I see why you were preparing to clarify, you're using 178 instead of 75. Okay, any further questions or comments from the board?
My only comment is, I just can't wrap my head around these this assessor. The appraiser, yeah, the appraiser. They're not consistent and they're nonsensical in some cases to me. Like, why aren't you, but you've got some of these properties have reductions in value. Get to your assessment for quality, but some of them don't, but they all say they're the same quality. You're saying $59,000 reduction because it's got a solar panel? $25,000 reduction because it's got a pool?
56 for solar panel on.
Do you have any comment on that? Is it a benefit or a negative to have a solar?
We don't see it as a negative. We have no market data that shows that it would actually sell for more if it had solar panels.
The same thing.
This is saying that, yeah.
This is saying it's negative.
Yeah.
This is saying that having the solar panels, which this comparable does, is positive, so they're reducing the value by 59,000 to bring it down to the level of the subject property. So they're saying that it's a $59,000 positive to have the solar panels.
And full 29. Okay. But I give it the very good, maybe it's just a mistake like comp 1 and comp 6, although comp 6 was y'all had that as the most highest A1, everything else was in the Bs.
Right.
And why are we saying that the house's effective age is 15 years old?
That was in the appraisal. We're saying that the house is 8 years old.
Correct. The appraisal I think it had a typo in it about the age of the property.
The assessor is saying a B+1 and then the average condition.
Right.
Which is, except for comp 6, they're all Bs and average.
Just for the record,
You'd think our subject age is 8 years old.
correct.
I didn't understand 15.
Oh, it was in a comment in the appraisal.
Oh, maybe
It was somewhere in there.
maybe that was just.
Yeah. So there's typically, we do mass appraisal in the assessor's office. And they do single property appraisal on the outside. But we are all certified appraisers. Just like Chris Jim, we're at this table, all three of us are licensed or certified. State, so we all understand the same theory of valuation. We just believe in this case that there's some adjustments that we not just slightly don't agree with, but we absolutely out of whack.
Yeah, my only thing is because it's inconsistent. Even if you can argue not enough or it's too much, there's some inconsistencies in the
Okay, well, if we put aside the appraisal and just focus on sale price, doesn't it seem that our appraisal is out of whack with what the actual market brought for these 6 comparable houses?
the appraisal is supposed to take into account the difference in size, solar panel, no solar panels, all that stuff. And they have all those categories here, but my point is they don't appear to me to be applied consistently. So it doesn't really help your appraisal. Like they're all in, some of them got very good condition numbers and some didn't. It's just, I think there's an inconsistency in the way that he did it.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was just based on solar panels.
Well, I was look at the quality of construction.
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, some of them have 59,000 and some of them have 0. All similar buildings.
So in response to the question about sale prices, the raw sale prices. If sale number 1 was adjusted appropriately, just based on square footage, it sold for $1,050,000. Just based on square footage, we think you would adjust that up $195,000. That would put it up over 1.2 million. Now, there are other differences that would be adjusted up or down, but it gets it in the ballpark just from that one adjustment.
Just now notice that he's got the gross living area listed in the appraisal of 3919. But you guys have it at 3884. You know which one of those is right?
Of course, ours is right. Dana would have measured that
I did.
for the reviews and ensured that the
I did.
measurements.
I did field measure and I compared my sketch with the appraiser's sketch in the fee appraisal, and he had like inches, like 28 feet 4 inches. In an accurate measure around the foundation of a house, which is the proper way to do it, you essentially are going to come up with numbers that are not, plus a few inches for the trim and so on. So in my measurements, I found that they were whole numbers and I used the whole number measurement.
He measured the corner boards.
Yeah, you can, it can just throw you off a couple of inches, and everybody does it differently, and it is, fairly well known that that is a practice that can result in different different square footages.
Minor differences.
Yeah, it is minor, it's not really material. I mean, the difference between my measurement and what he obtained
That's like a
was.
round off.
Yes,
It's a bit of a round off, and it's a difference of something like 35 square feet.
Yeah, I would think.
It's not material.
If 2 people came out and did it, then
Everybody
easily
gets something
differ that
different.
much.
Everybody will get something different.
That is how hard you pull the tape.
Sure.
Hotter, it's cold outside.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to affirm the assessor's. Valuation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously to affirm the assessor's office appraisal for assessment. Thank you for coming in.
Assessed value is 500.
If you're saying that if
Do
the
a firm.
sales in 2025 are showing below the assessed value, we should come back again next year.
Hopefully, they take into account those sales and their massive appraising model will reduce valuations, right?
And also-
If that happens. Right,
I mean,
right.
if only 2 out of 10 show that
Right,
they're below,
right.
then it's not, the market is probably still going up. If 8 out of the 10 are below, so probably gonna cause us to.
Obviously, 2 don't make the whole year, but started out anyway.
Exactly. It really matters what we see, but we'll evaluate the whole neighborhood. And we'll lower it if we need to.
Thank you for coming in.
Is there any further business before we adjourn? Just a reminder to hand your books and anything you've written on back to the assessor's office in accordance with the instructions of earlier this year.
We need to keep these, take them home.
Yeah, it's the one that you already had, you can, well, you can certainly, we can hold on to it for you if you want to.
We don't have
We can
to.
hang on.
You gotta study it, okay.
Remember,
We gave it to you so you would have it when we sent you the write-up, and that way we don't have to include it every time in the write-ups. You get it-
We adjourn, yes.
No, you haven't.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
when's the next meet? Thank you.
We're adjourned.